Good evening, everyone. My name is Garrick, and tonight we're sampling A Distant Plane. We are continuing our journey into coin games. I say our journey, I mean my journey, Lily's journey. MJ and Drew, you guys have played this a lot, haven't you? Or coin games, at
This
least.
particular, yes, okay. I've played A Distant Plane like maybe twice, so it's not a lot. I've played a lot of other coin games.
Right, that's what I meant. So speaking of, yeah, I'm joined by Drew, who just talked. Also, MJ, say hi.
Hi, I have played this a handful of times, it's fair to say, but
And
not in a while.
okay, and Lily, say hi.
Hello.
And that's my horrible intro. Drew and MJ are going to give us at least a quick teach, and then we will get to it.
Okay, cool. I hope nobody who knows what they're talking about is watching this because this is going to be a very fragmented teach. It's been a long time. And also, you guys have already played Falling Sky, so I'm only going to teach like 40% of this game.
Well, maybe you could start with the victory conditions.
Yes, I was going to start with the victory
whatever.
condition.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop.
No, jump in wherever you want because it'll be helpful. You've played modern coin games more than I have, and more recently probably. So first of all, it's worth noting this mod has some very helpful reference sheets that are a little bit more expanded and also simplified compared to the ones that come with the actual game. So use those a lot. They're very helpful.
Shout out to Luke. He did a good job with this mod.
Yes, he did an amazing job.
Yeah.
Okay, so the coalition. Oh man, can we explain victory conditions without? Well, I guess I'll just overview it and then we'll talk about the mechanics. So the coalition is trying to gain support for the government, which is a new concept from your guys' play of Falling Skies. There's these little boxes that are set to either neutral, support, or opposition, and I'll talk about how to get there later. So the coalition is angling for lots of support on the board and as few of their pieces on the board as possible. These are their troops, for example, and then these are coalition bases. The less of those on the board, the better in terms of your victory condition. However, that obviously makes you less effective on the board, so there's a little balancing act there.
Really quickly for Lily. The way that this mod does that is that it's got this bag on this box, which normally you would just have pieces on. If you just hover your mouse over it, it tells you how many pieces you have left. Whatever that number is contributing to where you're at on this track, in addition to support.
Yep.
So just so that's clear to you, like how to read that.
This mod is also going to auto track everything. So for example, if we drop support here, you'll notice that that little chit just moved up all by itself. So the victory track will take care of itself and you can just glance at it without having to like worry about counting the map. But what this is tracking right now is the support chits on the board plus the pieces that are over here off map. So the 5 bases here and the 12 troops in your bag. Make sense? Roughly. Yep. All right, let's get that support out of there before I forget. In terms of victory condition, the Taliban is directly opposed to the coalition in a lot of ways. Their victory condition is tied to opposition in regions, and those are mutually exclusive. So they're wanting to develop opposition like so.
Yep.
And then plus their bases on the board. So there are, 6 of them out right now, or 8 of them out, I should say. The government wins by having the most control of the map. So they don't particularly care whether the population supports or oppose their regime. They just want to maintain control over the country. And that works exactly the same way as it does in Falling Sky. It's just peace majority. So if you look at Koust, for example, there are 4 coin pieces. 3 of them are government and 1 is coalition. And then no insurgent pieces. This is automatically coin controlled.
Maybe worth mentioning for Lily's sake that the government is both the light blue and the dark blue pieces?
Oh yeah, good point. Dark blue is troops, light blue is police, and we'll talk about that distinction at some point.
Okay.
Really, really quickly as well. Coin control is also the coalition. And so the coalition in a place, if you just have these pieces by themselves, let's pretend the Taliban pieces aren't there, then that's coin control. So you and I, Lily, still together have coin control.
Yep.
So that's
Okay.
one thing to bear in mind. Another thing to bear in mind is that you and I share the same resource pool. So if you ever want to do something and it'll cost resources, you're going to spend my government money to be doing it. So some of that is to kind of get the idea in there that you and I have weirdly aligned interests, but we're interested in different things. You're trying to withdraw and get out and get people to support, whereas I don't care so much about support, but I need control of the country.
Yep.
Okay.
The other thing I'm trying to do is patronage.
Yep.
Which is kind of siphoning money that I can get from foreign aid or from just different places in order to please my own friends. If you've played Pax Pamir, that's when favor gets sucked out of the game. That's what's happening. That's what it is.
He wants to control the company and also throw in some graft and corruption on the side.
Yeah.
And that patronage number is reflected over here. He currently has 5 patronage. Yeah, and that's it. And then as for me, the warlords, so I have 2 victory conditions as well. So I need to get a bunch of money effectively. So I need 41 resources in order to win the game. And then I also need 16 uncontrolled population. So like this region is uncontrolled, etc., because neither the Taliban nor the coin factions have any pieces there.
Makes sense.
Does that make sense so far?
Yeah. Lily?
Yeah.
Cool. I guess I should mention this little number in the center is the population in a given region, and that is multiplied by control. So, for example, like, let's see. No, that's not what we're looking for. So coin control is this province is worth 2 points or 3 points on the victory track because there's this little marker there.
And I'm assuming that counts for uncontrolled as well. So like this is 2 population for uncontrolled.
Uncontrolled for my purposes, correct. And those, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Really, really quickly.
Yep, jump in.
You may notice that in some places like Khost over here, or Kabul, there are these +1s. Those add to the population. So for instance, right now in Kabul it's 4, and right now in Khost it's 3. And why those are there is they kind of represent refugees trying to come home or something like that, and the government will be the one who's able to place those markers through one of their actions, and it will increase the population in a given area.
Makes sense.
Okay. So those are the victory conditions. And you can, just like Falling Sky, you can see the thresholds required here. So like Taliban needs to get to 21 opposition plus bases on the board. They're currently at 8. And that's also referenced on the little player aids. Your victory condition is in its own little box and tells you exactly what you need. Okay. So differences from Falling Sky. I think the first thing is that insurgent pieces, the little hexagons, are either hidden or revealed. That actually is it's the same mechanically in a lot of ways as Falling Sky, with the exception that hidden pieces cannot be targeted at all for any reason, for the most part.
Yeah.
Got
it.
So if you in Falling Sky, you can roll into a territory and initiate a battle with hidden pieces. In this game, you cannot. They have to be revealed in order for you to fight them. So the way that happens, for Lily's purposes, is sweep. I guess we're gonna just do the ops in a slightly disjointed order, but we need to talk about sweep now. So I wonder how deep I should dive into. I think I probably am gonna just overview the ops just like I did last time, and then we can kind of muddle through as we go and kind of explain the nuances of everything. But roughly speaking, sweep is something that both of the coin factions has, and it is going to move cubes around the board, and then cubes are going to reveal gorillas, and then that's it. That's pretty much the sum of the action. Then later on a turn after that, you can then assault in order to remove enemy pieces that are revealed. What that means is, for the most part, Lily and MJ are going to have to cooperate a lot. Like, one of them is going to have to sweep, and then the other one is going to have to assault, or vice versa, in order to actually remove insurgent pieces from the board. Because if only one of them takes it on, the odds of the insurgents being able to re-hide themselves in between is fairly high. So a little bit of a cooperative dance going on there, even though their victory conditions are very much at cross purposes. So yes, that's sweep and assault. Train is much like rally and recruit in Falling Sky. It's just how you place pieces onto the board, whether bases or actually that's not quite true for coalition. That's how you place troops on the board for the most part. Bases are a special ability. We'll get to that later. And then finally there's patrol. So now we can start talking about lines of communication. So there are these little roads in between that kind of like, actually there's sort of this one big road that circles the map with a couple ones shooting off. So those are lines of communication. Patrol allows you to place pieces onto the lines of communication, and that turns off it turns off a number of things, but mainly the Taliban and the warlords' resource generating engines, and also they can sabotage lines of communication for various things, which turns off your ability to move quickly sometimes. I know that's really vague, but we'll kind of talk about it as we go.
That's fine.
Suffice to say that MJ will be wanting to guard his lines of communication. And if, as the Taliban, Garrick, you can get guerrillas onto LOCs and sabotage them, then that's very, very strong. It cuts off the money that the coin factions get.
So just to maybe clarify it slightly, so there's sort of like spaces separate from like regions, right?
Correct.
That you can be
yes,
on.
That's a good point. They are their own space,
and the towns
and they're
are just
separated by these towns.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're just dividers, aren't they? They don't actually mean anything.
Yeah. So really, if you look at the numbers, which are the economic value of the LOCs, that is effectively the space. So basically, this whole line right here is a single space, I guess, or this is one LOC.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing for here. It's just worth more in terms of economic value here, and so on.
Does that make sense, Lily?
I think so.
Okay. It'll clear up as you start to see. Lily, you don't have to worry about the LOCs that much because you're much more mobile than the government. It's mostly MJ and Garrick that are going to be fighting over the LOCs.
Yeah.
What else is unique? Let's see. I mean, I'll talk about the propaganda. I guess it's worth talking about the propaganda round right now. So much like in Falling Sky, there are 4 propaganda cards seeded in this deck. They look like this. unlike Falling Sky, which has propaganda cards seeded roughly evenly throughout the deck, this one is like totally random. So you could see 2 propaganda cards in a row, potentially, although it's a little rare. Actually, it's not totally random, but there's no like structure where they have to be at least 11 cards apart like they do in Falling Sky. So you can see propagandas come out pretty rapidly.
Gotcha.
When a propaganda card comes out, we do a propaganda round, which is basically the winter round that you saw in Falling Sky with a few less steps. So first, there's the victory check, which is exactly the same. If somebody has met their victory condition, then they win. Then there is the resources phase. And it's also worth noting the reason the player aids in this game are so good is because they have a little overview of what you do during the propaganda round. So you can kind of see that as you're playing through the game, and it'll help you plan for things a little bit better. Anyway, so resources, effectively lines of communications that have guerrillas on them but not police are going to get sabotaged, which turns off their economic value. Then resources are going to get generated into this pool equal to foreign aid plus the economic value of unsabotaged lines of communication. Notably in this game, that is the only time you make any money is during the propaganda rounds, other than event cards sometimes. But effectively, whatever resources you guys have, MJ and Lily, are what you have to work with for the entire round until you hit another prop card. Then there's some casualties, which we'll just kind of go through this as once we get to a prop card in order. And then there's aid, which we also don't really need to talk about right now. Then there's the support phase. So if the Taliban, forget who goes first. Civic actions first. Okay, so if the coin factions control a region, they can then spend resources to buy support. If a region is opposed, then you can buy support down to neutral, and then you can buy it again for more money down to support. 1 second.
To fill in a little bit on that, for the civic action to be possible, there has to be police and troops.
That's
so there
right.
has to be
Yep.
a good government presence showing that they're doing good governing so that they can govern good. So what that means is that sometimes a government player needs to position themselves into provinces where they will be like, okay, so then hopefully during the prop round I can govern in this province during this phase, and the coalition may or may not be like, yeah, we want you to be able to do that so that there's support there or whatever.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Just so I understand, did you mean that you can buy your way all the way from opposed to support within the same like civic action? It just costs, whatever that costs.
Yes.
Correct.
It's very expensive, but yes.
Yeah.
Just the way Drew segmented it, I wasn't sure if that meant within the same action or within like 2 separate rounds. You would have
sorry, I phrased it a little bit weird, but yeah, you can go from opposition all the way to support and vice versa for you, Garrick.
Yep.
So yeah, the coin factions do civic actions, which is buying support, and then the Taliban does Sharia, which is buying opposition, and it works the same way. Although the Taliban's cheaper. I gotta step away for 1 minute. MJ, can you just like roughly cover redeploy and reset? It's pretty simple.
Yeah. So redeploy mainly affects the government and the coalition. What's going to happen is it's especially rough on the government. What's going to happen is a lot of my forces desert. So I'm sorry that I'm laughing. It's not usually very funny when it's happening. What's going to happen is that 1 in every 3 government cubes that are on the map are just going to be like, see ya, and they're going to leave. That only happens to the government. US-led coalition forces are not going to do that because they are not doing that. So that's mainly what desertion is. Then troops, police, and different pieces for the Taliban or whoever, you can then choose to redeploy pieces back out. Something to know for Lily is that if you decide at that point to redeploy any forces, you can only redeploy them to coin-controlled spaces with bases. You can't just even put them in a place where I'm at. You have to put them in a place with either you having a base or me having a base.
Okay.
Whoop, yikes. And then for you, Garrick, you're similar. You can only put places that are under Taliban control and have bases. So even if you have like some guerrillas there that are keeping it in Taliban control, you still need to have a base in order to redeploy there.
Makes sense.
And you guessed it, something similar for the warlords. Well, except that the warlords don't actually redeploy. I'm lying about that. Never mind. So that's redeploy. Then reset is you're gonna count casualties if they happened. Islamabad track. This is the Islamabad track, which Garrick as Taliban interacts with. So he's the one who really worries about it. If ever any of the three of the rest of us need to worry about the Islamabad track, we will know, and we'll be very loud about it. So don't worry.
Yeah, so I'm back. Just specifically, what this does is this is sort of the default state backing. But as it moves towards, this is Pakistan's relationship to the Taliban. So as it moves towards hostility, Garrick gets significantly weaker. If he ever gets to direct sponsorship, then he becomes incredibly strong and stop. So this mostly doesn't move except for events during the game. And during each reset, it's going to kind of degrade back towards this middle. So as you see the little arrows pointing inwards during reset. That's not always the case, but mostly it degrades. Right. And yeah, I think that's all we need to know about that for right now.
I mean, I will say something really, really loosely, really quickly, if it's at all helpful to help ground for Garrick and Lily. The reason why any of that matters even a little bit is because the Taliban are able to root themselves in Pakistan, and they're able to rally there, and they're able to get bases, and from there they can move into these eastern regions of Afghanistan. The reason why that's a problem for you and me, Lily, is that we have actions that can take care of the Taliban if they're in Afghanistan, but we're not allowed to go into Pakistan.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
So all of
Garrick,
the pieces here are safe, with the exception of one of the coalition's special abilities, which we'll talk about at some point.
Yeah. Garrick is also concerned as Taliban with Pashtun ties. Pashtun on the map is represented by green provinces. Their names are green. They have their names written in Arabic above them. Those are places where they can do special things because they are Pashtun provinces. So you'll notice that there's, a good half of the eastern part of Afghanistan is that way, including Kabul. And then, of course, Pakistan. So even though none of us are going to be able to usually affect that except by doing different things like moving in, that's why that matters, and that's why the relationship with Pakistan is important. So that's Pakistan. The other thing that will reset is momentum, which is if anyone gained any special abilities from cards that gave them things like special capabilities or something like that, then those are going to get reset. And eligibility resets.
Yep. Worth clarifying,
And,
there are two. So you've seen capabilities from Falling Sky, which are permanent abilities that stay with you the rest of the game. Falling Sky does not have momentum effects, and momentum effects are kind of like a mini capability that stays with you for the rest of the current round, and they go away on the next prop phase.
Got it.
They're like events in PAX Premier.
Yeah,
That
makes
makes
sense.
sense.
Yep.
I'm gonna stop making PAX Premier references.
Please don't. They help me.
All gorillas are going to go to hidden during reset, and then, as MJ said, eligibility resets, which is just like Falling Sky. All of the cylinders come back to the eligible box. I think that's it. I know that was like a very vague overview. You guys are probably feeling a little confused still, and that's because we haven't gone over your actions. So
I'm always
really,
confused.
so it's up to you, Lily and Garrick specifically. Do you want to have us kind of cover your 4 actions and your 3 special abilities like in a little bit of detail, or do you want to just read them and kind of dive in? Try and give advice as we go.
I think maybe brief overviews, at least for the sake of the stream, might be a good idea.
Okay, cool. MJ, do you want to handle that? Actually, you're probably going to be more effective at it than I am.
Sure.
Feel the confidence.
Point title much
Yeah.
more.
So there's ops or operations.
Oh, right, yeah. They're not
and-
called commands in this game, even though they're the same thing.
Oh, I'm lost now.
So, not because I'm biased, I'm just going to try to go in an order that's structured. So there's ops, and Lily and I have similar, exactly similar ops. So you and me, Lily, have the exact same ops that we can do. We can each train, patrol, sweep, and assault. Train basically means that we can purchase things, purchase like adding forces. It's going to cost resources, and it usually depends on there being a base. For you, you need to have a coalition base, and for me, I need to have a coin base. So either you have a base or I have a base. You're probably wondering, why does it have me placing government cubes, MJ? That's because sometimes you're able to place up to 6 government cubes if you wish to help with purchasing civic actions. Because remember, for civic actions, which help you get support, there need to be government forces there because they're governing. So that's training. Patrol means that you're gonna be traveling on the locks, so you can hop on them, and maybe you're holding them down because you're trying to stop some other faction from gaining those resources that are on that lock. Sweeping means that you get into an area and you activate, or excuse me, you show that they're active. Yeah, you activate them. So what you do is when you sweep, you basically go into an area, say that I'm going to sweep in Nuristan. I have to move some pieces into there from somewhere else. Maybe I can move them from Coast, or I can move them from, and then I'm going to flip these. And now they're active. Their faction symbols are showing. So now that they're active, they're above ground. Now they can be assaulted, or with one of our special activities you and I both have, we can airstrike them. Actually, I'm lying about that. You have airstrike. I do not have airstrike. But we can't do things to enemy pieces until we have swept them and exposed them and brought them from the underground.
Okay.
So it's usually kind of a 2-pronged multi-step thing. If we're having to see that that there's insurgents amassing in a province, we have to think, okay, like so and so, we need to maybe sweep in there and then you assault, or I'm going to sweep in there and then you're going to airstrike, or whatever it is. So that's what that is. So that's our 4 operations. Our special activities are kind of mirrored in a similar way, but you have a couple of important differences. You have special activities where you can airlift troops, where you can basically amass them kind of quickly in a province, and you have airstrike, which I kind of hinted at already, and it's what it sounds like. But you also have something called surge. Surge is when you're going to add or withdraw pieces from your available or to your available. Surging in and out is part of how you meet your victory condition.
Okay.
With the special activities, they have to be paired with certain ops in order to work. So for instance, you can only surge if your op that round is a training. If you're patrolling, you can't surge, and so forth.
That part's the same as Falling Sky, so I
Okay.
don't know if we need to
Yep.
go over all of that.
Okay, all right. I will say that one thing to know, I'll say it now so just that you know. I don't know that you're going to want to do it right away. In A Distant Plane, I think there's only this and maybe Fire in the Sky that are like this. You don't have to do the op completely and then do the special activity. You can do a lot of the train, for instance, and then do the surge and then finish the train.
Okay.
Don't worry about how to thread that needle right away, but be aware that that is a thing you can do, I suppose.
Was Falling Sky the same way, Drew? I feel like it was.
Yes, you can.
Oh, well, we'll change that
yeah,
later.
you can. You have to do your whole special ability all at once, but you can do it before, after, or in the middle of your. So it's exactly the same as Falling Sky.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, cool. So that's the coin factions, ops, and special activities. Drew, if you'd like, you can take the insurgent ones and show Garrick.
That works.
Because you guys also, because then you two share the same.
Yeah,
ops.
we share a lot of the same ones.
Yeah.
Before I do that, it's worth noting, Lily. So train exclusively is going to place government pieces. If you notice, like all of these things are government cubes. So surge is the only way to get your pieces onto or off of the board.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I should have been clearer about that. Yeah.
Okay, so Garrick, the our four are in a lot of ways much simpler. So that's I guess helpful. So rally is effectively just placing pieces. You pay a resource to place a gorilla on the board anywhere. Well, actually, that's not true. You can only place pieces in Pashtun provinces or in opposition provinces. I guess I should say non-support provinces, technically. Yep. So you kind of have free. You can rally anywhere on sort of this half of the board, but you cannot rally up here in the north without having if there's support up there.
Gotcha.
Then there is March. Oh, and then sorry. Actually, rally is pretty much exactly the same as it is in Falling Sky. If you have a base, then you're going to place gorillas up to the number of bases, so you can get a lot more down, or it's just otherwise it's just one anywhere. March is also pretty much the same as Falling Sky. You can move one space adjacent. You have a special ability where if you march into a Pashtun space, you can pay again and then keep marching. So you can get all the way across the board as long as you're willing to spend some money for it. And then finally, there is, well, not finally. I'm going to skip attack for now. Terror is you are going to activate. This is how you place opposition on the board. You're going to activate gorillas in spaces and then shift support or neutral one level towards opposition.
What about terror markers? Should we talk about that?
Yeah, now's a good time to do that. So when you do terror, you're also going to place a terror marker, usually next to the support or opposition box. In order for the coin factions to shift the opposition space back to neutral, the terror has to be removed first, and that costs extra money. So it basically is just more resource destruction for coin factions. And then there's attack, which is something you are almost never going to use, except when you can pair it with an ambush. So effectively, what you're going to do there is activate all of the gorillas in that region, roll a die, and then equal to or less than the number of gorillas removes 2 pieces. So effectively, you're gambling on removing only 2 pieces. So if you have 6, then you can guarantee that you're going to kill 2 pieces. If you only have 3, then you have a 50-50 chance of doing nothing versus killing something, etc. If you roll a 1, you get an extra gorilla for free.
And that's in addition to the removal, right?
Correct. Yep. And then ambush is when you can just auto succeed, and you only activate 1 underground gorilla. So mostly never attack unless you can ambush, just as like a sort of beginner's rule of thumb.
Makes
that
sense.
you can ignore once you get good at the game eventually. So those are both identical for us, with the exception of you have some stuff around Pashtun spaces, and I have some stuff around not Pashtun spaces.
Got it.
So I represent like a sort of collection of independent tribes up in the north that are not affiliated with, or they're not ethnically Pashtun. So I'm just trying to like preserve my independence effectively, and the Taliban is like mostly Pashtun as far as I understand. So you are very effective in those regions because you have a lot of local support. So the 2 areas where we differ in terms of special abilities are extort and infiltrate for you, and cultivate and traffic for me. Extort is effectively how you're going to be doing a lot of extorting. Put it that way. It's your economic engine, so you can make money in the middle of the round, unlike the coin factions.
Nice.
And I'll just let you read that. It's pretty straightforward, but that's how you make money. And then there is infiltrate, which allows you to remove government pieces or swap 1 with a gorilla. And then that also allows you to harm MJ's patronage levels. You can remove patronage with that special ability.
Cool.
Over here on my end, I have cultivate, which is how I place warlord bases a little bit more quickly. And warlord bases represent poppy fields because I am engaged in the production of opium. A little bit of a infamous traffic reference going on in here. And then I have traffic, which is also how I make money effectively. It's a little different from yours, and we'll talk about it when I do it.
I think you made your infamous traffic reference slightly prematurely.
I did. You're right. I should have trafficked. Okay. I think that's everything. I mean, it's not everything, but we can.
That seems like plenty to get us going.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm ready to fail. Let's do it.
There's no
let's
dice.
see.
I'm lying. There are dice. But
I
we
was
don't
gonna
roll them very
say.
often.
Dang. That's the one way to ensure my downfall, though.
I mean, you probably won't roll that. You probably won't roll dice very many times, Lily, because you're the coalition.
Talking as if I know about things.
Okay. Well, let's get going, I suppose.
Sure.
So the first event is partnering policy with the coalition up first. So that is Lily.
Oh,
First
crap.
eligible to activate. Yeah, I know. Sorry.
Hey, should I use partnering policy as my terrible segue to say that you should like, comment, and subscribe if you like what we're doing?
Wow, that was terrible.
Right? That was a bad one.
Okay.
But now I don't have to do it again.
I guess so. MJ, I am not good at this game, so I'm not going to be able to like give a lot of advice as we play
Oh, cool. Lily, let's
so-
destroy Drew.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, why don't you try and like offer a light framework for what the hell the coalition should
I
be trying to
probably would
accomplish
tell
right
you
now.
do whatever you're telling me to right now because I get it, but I don't fully get it.
Sure.
I can advise Garrett because
Um,
I understand how to play the Taliban much better than I do coalition.
Geez, this is an interesting card to have be the first one.
Yeah, no kidding, right? Look at that.
Oh
shit.
man. So here's what I would say in general, Lily. In general, you actually care a little less about swooping up events,
Okay.
and care a lot more about taking advantage of your turn with ops and special activities if you can have a full turn in that sense. The exception to that is if you ever have a chance to get a kind of juicy momentum or capability. This happens to be one of those.
Okay.
Because what it means is that until the prop card, your ops will not be spending government resources. Now, unfortunately, because I'm government, I'm a little biased, but of course I would love for you not to be spending my money.
Since
But
we
it
have shared
does-
money, I feel like this does make sense.
It does make a little sense.
Okay.
Yeah, you would
so
be.
I would want to do the
yeah.
faction event. Or the event one, right?
Yeah.
Wait, no, wouldn't you
No?
not want
Oh,
to
wait,
be?
no.
I think it's
Wait,
the opposite.
Wait, no, I'm confused.
It basically means you cannot take operations that would spend the government's resources. So you almost want to do.
Oh, I'm misreading that entirely. Yes, Drew's right.
Yeah, it's backwards. It's really good for the government and really bad for coalition. So this is kind of a time where
Okay.
you probably want to
do the top one because I don't want someone to trigger the event.
exactly. You don't want to allow, especially because MJ's up second.
Yeah.
You could also take the event, I suppose, which just denies the other half of the event.
Yeah, I was gonna say, couldn't she do either the top row or the bottom row here?
Limited.
Correct. Yeah, she could take the event.
I would get two limited operations.
Yep, and also give MJ limited ops, which is at this stage of the game probably good for both of you. So that I know I said I
doesn't
don't
that say
know what
or,
I'm doing.
not and?
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yep.
It says or.
Right.
The other thing is that lim ops mean
really don't know
that
what
you
I'm
can
doing.
only do it in one province.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
that's
I knew that one.
You're
Okay.
familiar
All
with
right,
that
all right.
from Falling
Sorry.
Sky.
But
No, it's okay.
No,
I
keep
slightly
doing
forgot
that.
it, so
Yeah.
I'm really glad you said something, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm at a point where I
Limited
don't know
versus
what
unlimited,
carries
I don't
over from Falling Sky.
Keep mentioning things.
Okay.
Yes, please do.
I'll tell you if it's in Falling Sky, but it's still
Okay.
helpful.
Like when you
Does the
mentioned
gel
the
carry
timing of
over?
special activities, like I knew that, but I didn't actually remember that, so it was really useful that you mentioned it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stop making James Bond jokes, by the way. I'm sorry.
Oh, nothing wrong with James
good.
Bond jokes.
Oh, good. I'm not still totally sure what I should do.
So what I would suggest you do is go ahead, just ignore this. I'm not going to bother with this because you're new. I have other fish to fry anyway. So just don't worry about the event. You and I are on this card anyway. Garrick and Drew are not going. What you could focus on is this is where you're at right now.
Okay.
You should maybe focus on how there is literally no support anywhere.
Okay.
So think about
Yeah.
how can I get support in places. Where you want to concentrate on getting support is it's really nice to get support in places with high pop. Currently, that concerns Kabul, which is 4, and Host, which is 3. And then over here, there are these really, these like specks, these like green and black specks that are like in our backyard.
Okay.
So there's also that.
Yeah, so Kandahar, at least for the coalition, they often just end up bunching up in Kandahar, Kabul, Khost, Nuristan, and like maybe sometimes Balkh, because those are all the 2 and higher population regions. And if you can control all of those and get all of those at support, then you're pretty close to your victory condition right there. I also feel like I usually see, or at least I have seen coalition player. It probably makes sense, since you can, to do a surge right now and get more pieces out on the board, because
Which is what I was gonna.
there's
Which is
kind
what
of
I was gonna say next. You should train and surge if you're trying to figure out like what are just the two things I should do.
Yeah. Okay. Let's
So
do
you
that,
should
'cause
think
that's
about
kind of
like
what I was thinking.
yeah, and you want to. So what I would say is think about doing that, and then think about okay, so training and surging, but where do I want to do that? Would I like to do it in the north? Do I want to try to like start creeping up in the south? How do I want to position myself? There's the advantages of pop to going in the north. There's advantages of kind of situating yourself by starting up here.
Okay.
So Drew can chime in, of course.
Okay, so I can only train in where I already exist.
With coalition pieces or cobble. Yes.
Mm-hmm. But I exist in Kabul, so that's irrelevant at this moment. Place up to...
Well, you also have coalition pieces in 6 other provinces. 7.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay. Place up to...
So you can train and surge into anywhere in the southeast, basically.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm still just like trying to wrap my head around what training does.
So training. Go ahead.
So the modern coin games are like the mechanics are all very similar, but they're like a whole new paradigm in how you operate as a coin faction and also as an insurgent faction. So it's normal that you're like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing right now. So take your time.
And may, in addition, return there be in one eligible space, transfer 3. Okay, so I guess I don't understand what buy civic actions with government resources means.
So civic actions are listed over here in the prop round on your faction sheet. Why are they there?
Okay.
Well, it's because you can do it in the prop round. But you were special in that you can just do this right now during your train. Civic actions means that you're going to be spending resources to build up support. 3 resources will shift the level 1. So right now, it's going to cost 3 resources to shift any of the levels on the map currently to support, because they're all at neutral, and you're shifting at 1. It goes opposition, neutral, support, right? So they're all at neutral. That just means, okay, I'm going to spend 3 resources to shift and cobble to support. Now, I suppose maybe you're confused. There's not a support box, but there's going to be you just take a support marker and you just throw it in cobble.
Okay.
But the rest of them have boxes.
Actually, on that note, is there anything else important to know about Kabul? Because we did not have cities like this in Falling Sky.
Well, there's nothing particularly important other than it's a region that it's got some unique thing. So like well, I guess we'll talk about it when we get to prep rounds. Guerrillas can kind of like hang out in Kabul a lot easier than they can other places. They don't have to relocate to bases, for example.
Gotcha. It's just a special region, basically.
It's basically just a region with like 1 or 2 little nuances.
Okay.
It also is by far the most important region on the map. So do not let the Taliban into Kabul.
Do not let the Taliban into Kabul. Yeah. The reason for that part,
do everything you can to get into Kabul.
Yeah, no, right now if I train, I can only actually place in Kabul because it's the only place I have a base. So that would be where I would have to go. Because
you have coalition pieces.
But it says
which
base
includes
specifically.
cubes.
Okay, so cubes are bases too? Now I'm getting real confused.
So yeah, I can understand why you're confused. So if you have coalition pieces in a province, then in the procedure, skip to in one train space with coin control by civic actions. So if you just have a piece there, you can still buy civic actions if there's coin control. But if you also have a base, then you can also train government cubes.
Okay, so I think I was just looking at that first part.
Yeah, I can see why that'd be confusing. If it
Yeah.
helps to think about it thematically, the coalition is there to train government, local
Yeah,
militia and that sort of thing to become better effective troops so that they can leave, right? So that's why it's kind of like, well, hang on, why am I training government pieces at my bases? Well, that's why.
Okay. I think I might want to do that because I don't fully understand how civil actions work.
You should try to get support. You should try to build support somewhere at least.
Okay. Well, I can do
Maybe try to
both,
build it in
right,
Kabul.
then in one train space with coin control by civic. I could technically do both and spend all of your money.
Yeah, and then we would have no more money for the rest of the round, which is, one way to play the game.
No, yeah, I don't actually want to do that. Okay, so
It is one way to play. It's one way to play. It's valid.
Yep, totally. If it helps, I will say the reverse side of these.
Yeah, I've been looking, going back and forth between the two and getting even more confused.
Oh, wow.
I don't even know what's going on there.
I understand
Luke,
yeah.
Whoever the person who made this mod made these as well, and a lot of people find them much easier to work with because they're like less text heavy and more graphical. So up to you.
I think that's why I got confused with train though, because train's just a little bit kind of funky with that.
Right. So then to kind of supplement what I said earlier, then note that in this train thing, it's divided by this may in addition or alternatively.
Okay. I think so. Okay, I want to try. Maybe let's do the civic action then to get support. So I'll do train, but I'm only gonna do the civic action. So I would have to. Let me read this one again. Okay, and then just spend 3 to put out 1 support. Is that right? Since we have the pieces there, to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You can so you can pay 3 resources and do that in Kabul. You can pay another 3 to do that in Host. Because we also have coin control there.
Okay.
Now the other thing is that it's not just paying money. You do actually have to train, which is why it says 3 government resources where cubes placed. So it's only up to 6 cubes, right? So you can just place 1 cube if you want, even. So you can currently do that in Kabul. I think that would be a nice idea. Doing it in Khost would be a good idea. The reason I think those are good ideas is because they have 4 and 3 pop, which is going to contribute to your win condition for a total of 7 jump and support.
Okay. Sorry, can you explain that again? I'm getting lost. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah. So if you get support here and here, support is measured by that area's population. Since the population in Kabul is 4, it's this 3 plus this refugee or returnees marker and this one, right? So that's 4 pop and 3 pop, okay?
Okay.
That's a total of 7. What that means is if you get support in Kabul and Khost, This is going to add to 7, or excuse me, it's going to add 7 support.
So here,
Okay.
let's just simulate that real quick. Drop the support in here, and then you'll notice
Got
that your
it.
victory marker just went up like a ton, and same for host. And now you're
Okay.
like way closer to victory. So like this just sort of serves to clarify. As the coalition, like if you can lock down 4 high population regions and put them at support, then you're well on your way to winning.
Okay. So I guess my confusion also comes if I have to train that I'm spending the 3 anyway to put down cubes, or is that wrong?
You're spending 3, correct. You're spending 3 to put cubes down. It's an additional 3 to do the civic action.
Okay.
Why do I want to
is-
do that? Well, because using civic action to shift the level costs 3 per shift. Because they're at neutral, in effect, that means that this is the cheapest time to shift them.
Okay.
Like they're not in opposition. Because if it was in opposition, you'd have to spend another 3 to shift it to neutral, and then another 3 to shift it to opposition. So it's nice to do it now because it's just the one shift.
No. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess my confusion just comes in if I did all of that, wouldn't that be 9 for cost in total?
Yes, correct.
Yes.
Weren't you just saying how you didn't want me to spend money? Now I'm getting confused. Okay.
Well, he
Okay.
doesn't want you to spend too much money because that reduces his ability to siphon patronage. But you definitely want to be spending his money
Yes.
Okay.
like aggressively, because the less money he has, the less he can siphon into patronage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember, you two
So-
are frenemies.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know.
you're
I'm just
in
trying
a
to
bad marriage.
trying to figure things out. Okay, so I guess okay, so if I'm training, would it be better to train? Does it matter where I train if I want to put support in these 2 places?
Yes, the where you do civic action is tied to where you're training. And you can only do civic action in one train space, and it has to have coin control. So
Oh,
like
it can only
basically
be one
these 2.
space, so I can't
Yeah.
do both.
You can't do both, so I misspoke
Okay.
earlier. Sorry.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I feel like it makes sense to train in Kabul just this way I can get the 6 out and make it even crazier, and then do the civic actions. That's only 6 in cost for spend.
Yep.
Great, and drop those there. Put out support.
Also,
And-
just like in Falling Sky, not that you need them right now because you're doing a pretty simple operation, but you can, if
Yeah.
you want, as a visual aid, you can help mark. And then the red ones are
Okay.
the special actions in this case.
Gotcha.
Okay. And then I do want to surge. I gotta
Okay.
figure out how that works now.
Wait,
Do
so
you-
are you only training in Kabul, Lily?
Yeah, do you also want to... So you're only doing the civic action in Kabul. That's fine, but you can still train and move cubes in, government cubes into Host. You can also go to Kandahar.
Oh wait, actually no, I forgot. The coalition can only train where there's a coalition base, and she only has 1 on the board. So
Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah. So never mind.
well,
I take that
actually no,
back.
but if you're surging, so you can do the train in Kabul, and then do the civic action just like you did. Then you can interrupt to surge to put
Yeah.
bases down, and then do more trains. So that is
Okay.
an option for you.
And also,
Um,
Lily, there's a comment for you. Steven's strategy says, "Don't worry. In reality, we had no idea what we were doing there either." They say as an Iraqi vet. It's all craziness.
Yep.
I appreciate that.
Playing
Oh,
as the
man.
coalition is a very frustrating, grindy experience in a lot of ways.
It is.
Just like in real
Okay.
life.
Add or withdraw.
Wait, why did we
coalition
put Lily as the
forces,
coalition
add-
as the
Because you wanted to confuse me the most, and then have a card where I couldn't see other people do things to understand what was going on.
I did say that in the Discord several times.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Three
said we didn't know
I
what we
think
were doing.
I very
Yeah.
clearly said I did not know what I was doing. Okay, 3 spaces, Kabul or coin located provinces. Move any coalition pieces desired among the 3 spaces. And available. If desired, add a die roll total between aid and warlord resources. I don't know what that means. But
Wait, for
you
what?
can ignore that for right now, but effectively, if you want, you can roll a die and transfer that amount between aid and warlord resources. So you can, that's like basically you can buy me off to like help you either fight the government or fight the Taliban, depending on who's doing better and who you're worried about.
okay.
Or you can also use it in the opposite direction. If I'm remembering correctly, I'm pretty sure you can siphon my resources into aid as well. So it goes both ways. Let me confirm that actually.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry about that
so
right now.
Yeah, you can ignore
3
it for now.
spaces.
Yeah, it goes both ways.
And remember
Okay, I
that
guess
when
I'm
we're talking,
a little. God.
go ahead. No, you go ahead.
No, I guess I'm a little confused because I was looking at the other side and it says move and not place, so my brain is getting a little confused. Is it place? Because surge allows me to take from like this, doesn't it?
Yep.
You're
Okay, so-
moving from here, yeah. So
Okay.
and that includes
It's
your
just 'cause
bases.
Yeah, it's just because the train says place, so my brain's just like, but that's different. Yeah.
The reason
Anyway.
the reason it doesn't say place is because you can use surge to remove pieces from the board and put it
Yeah.
back into your available, which is
Yeah.
effectively representing the U.S. pulling out of Afghanistan when, like job well done, quote unquote. So yeah, like at some point you're gonna want to like build up a bunch of support, and then you're gonna want to do a big surge where you just remove everything off the board as often as possible and hope that your support base lasts long enough for the prop round to hit, and you. So it's kind of a little bit of a balance going on there.
Yeah. Plus one to what Drew just said. Like really, really big picture wise for the for the scope of the round, you want to think about maybe getting a bunch of people in, building up support, and then like failing.
Bailing out, exactly.
and hoping the
Understood.
support lasts.
Understood.
Did you have to get in there first?
Okay. So I can do this in 3 regions, 3 spaces.
Yeah, and they have to be coin controlled or Kabul. So basically,
Okay.
your options are host, Kandahar, and Kabul.
Oh, I got this one up here too.
Oh, yep, you're right. I didn't notice that. Good
And
catch.
Herat. Don't forget Herat is over there in the corner.
Oh wow, there's a lot of coin control. Ignore me. I'm apparently half blind right now.
So I think I kind of just.
Where
wanna
else
put
is
out
there coin control that I'm not paying attention to?
That's it. That's it.
That's it,
That's
yeah.
all.
Okay, that's it. Okay.
I love
as
how
a
you
quick
squeezed an
side
okay, great
note-
in there, Drew.
Yep, I know.
As a really, really quick side note, the base slots are good to take up, and for the same reason why in route, if you're in a clearing with like 2 slots, you want to take one up so someone doesn't come in and take up like both of them. So it's good to be like taking the Kandahar and Kunduz. Like,
Yeah,
that's
that's
good.
that's
it
a good
prevents
I
point.
the
went there too
Taliban.
because
Yeah.
they have a higher population than Herat does. So
Yep. Also, a good
that's
point.
why I chose those 3.
Fair. Yep.
Now, do I want to spend more of the money to put out more resources? I can only do the civic action once.
Yep,
So
and that's
I
already been done
think
in Kabul.
That's
so.
already been done. So I
Mhm.
think I'm gonna just be done and say that I understand what's going on. So I gotta spend MJ's resources now.
Yeah, I already
I
did
spent
it.
the 6. You already did it? Okay. Oh, I see. Understood. Okay, so you spent the 6. Perfect. Okay, I'm done.
Mhm.
You spent 9 actually, but yes.
How did I spend 9?
Plus this.
Yeah, but I only trained in 1 location.
I thought you trained in 3. 1,
No,
2, 3.
I surged in 3.
Oh,
know if-
okay, all right. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I just want to make sure that I'm doing everything correctly.
I mean,
and
I would love
understand
to
what's
make
going
sure that I
on.
have 21 instead of 18. That's fantastic. So,
All right, so MJ, are you up?
Yep.
all right. So all right. My brain is in like help people mode. And now I'm like, oh right, how do I do what am I doing? What do I want? Oh no.
Arcanum, we're playing the main scenario, they call it, which is, I guess like the sort of standard, not the short or the long.
Yeah, this is the medium length scenario.
I'm going to sweep into here.
Taliban Resurgent. That's what they call this one. Hey, Erzad.
So Lily, just for your sake, the way that sweep works is you pick destinations,
Okay.
and then pay per destination.
Okay.
So in Falling Sky, you pay per origin region, and then you can kind of spread out. So it's like basically it's cheaper to move around effectively. In this game, you're paying for where you're landing, but you can move pieces from any adjacent region. So it's kind of like Twilight Imperium movement. Like you sort of activate the system, pay for it, and then move from everywhere next to it if you want.
Having
So
swept.
He's sweeping into Nuristan. He could bring stuff from Host, and also brought a bunch from Kabul, obviously.
Yeah, I could. So I'm sweeping into Nuristan, meaning I'm going to activate one gorilla per government cube there. And so I see you. It was a really, really bad Saruman voice. I'm sorry.
That was terrific.
I loved it.
That's that. I'm gonna adjust in next card.
Scripting, a beautiful thing.
Yep. Well, that's an event.
Oh heck yeah.
Okay. So thinking my way through that. Set a province with coalition and Taliban to opposition. Place a terror there. So let's see. Where can I do that? Can I do it in Kandahar because there's a troop in a base and a guerrilla? I can do it in what is it, Zabul?
Zabul, but Zabul has 0 population,
right.
So whether you putting it to opposition is totally irrelevant.
Right. I'm sort of
Kandahar, Nuristan. Oh wait, no, it's got a coalition piece, right?
Yeah, I can't do that.
Pretty much, Kandahar is the only option, but Kandahar is a great spot. It's 2 population. That's a good little base of operations there potentially.
With no heuristic to know what things are like in this game, that seems good.
That is really good.
Okay. And then I feel a little comfortable doing it because I know you're going after me, so I don't have to worry about
exactly. You don't have to worry about
So I guess I'll go ahead and take the event and perform wedding hit. Position. There we go.
And you also
thank
get a
you.
terror marker.
Yep. And that's it.
Cool. So actually, here's a heuristic for you, Garrick. It's really easy for the coalition to remove single guerrillas with airstrikes.
Okay.
I mean, they have to be made active first, but like generally, they can usually take out one. So never leave a base undefended if possible. Because if you have no gorilla there, then he can just airstrike the base for free.
Yep, I got you.
Without having to do any sweeps. There are a couple abilities that make his airstrike or Lily's airstrikes way stronger. So also keep an eye out for those and be prepared to adjust your defense levels. But like right now, these are all safe.
Okay.
But like don't move these guys out without reinforcing first.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, so I get an op and a special ability. I'm going to rally and cultivate. Let's rally here. Get some presence going in the mountains. I'm also going to cultivate there. Here. Okay, so that's 5 resources. Oh, too far.
Big move, huh?
Yeah, I'm actually wondering if I really need to spend for gorillas where I already have bases. The coins are not really in a place where they can effectively uproot me, and they probably don't want to. Maybe. No, I do need more on the board, and this is the most efficient way to get them. I can always march later. I will, however, not do that, and I will place here, just so I don't get that base killed right off the bat. That would be sad. Okay, so I'm still spending 5. The way that rally works, just so you can see, Garrick, because yours is exactly the same way, minus like the costs and where you're allowed to do it.
Right.
Or I'm sorry, it's the costs are the same. It's mostly where you're allowed to do it. So you can place 1 gorilla. So that's what I'm gonna do there. By default, or you can place gorillas up to population plus bases. So for example, this region gets 2.
Got it.
Because there's a base and a pop. This one is going to get 3, etc.
So is it wrong to interpret that as basically population plus bases at a minimum of 1?
Correct. Yep. Yeah, that's actually a useful heuristic. You're always going to be able to place 1. Yeah. Oh, geez, I am out of gorillas. I forgot that warlords have like 0 gorillas. So I guess I'm going to save a resource in condues.
You also activated
Fire
Nirasan, didn't you?
I did, but I already pulled some gorillas out. Okay, well, I have 2 left. They're definitely going into Nirasan. Do I want to send another one and recruit less in bulk? No, bulk's important. I'm going to leave one up there. Okay. So that's my rally. And then I will do cultivate, which is a province selected for rally. That's right. Has to have population greater than 0. Okay, so I'm moving this whole operation to somewhere where there's population 1. Let's do Pakistan, obviously.
Because now you're gonna.
And now I get to place a base for free, basically.
Got it.
And for reference, now I guess is worth explaining traffic. So anytime I rally or march, I can select as many spaces that have warlord bases and no coalition pieces to traffic, and that is where I sell some opium. So for each selected space, I'm going to get 1 resource per base. And then for each space that has Taliban control, the Taliban gains 1 resource. And for each space with coin control, MJ is going to gain a patronage. So the coalition basically hates the warlords and just wants to kill all of them because there's like very little value for the warlord or the coalition in the warlords. But the government and the Taliban benefit a lot from the coalition or the warlords, and so there's a little bit of a symbiosis there based on who is winning and who's not. So just be aware, like I can give you resources, Garrick, and MJ already knows that I can help him with patronage. And that's it for me.
Okay.
So that's that event card. MJ's first step on mine removal.
Okay. So I'm going to train and govern. I'm going to train in. What's so funny? You think that's funny, do you?
Yeah, I think I love that it's called govern. When it's basically generating patronage and not much else.
That's not true.
It
I'm bringing
places the
people home.
majority. Yeah, that's true. It does model both sides of
Get your things out of here.
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah, clean up.
Do these
For all
need
the
to go?
scripting in this mod, there's no button that removes all of these to available like there is in the Falling Sky mod. What's
I think
going on
the
there?
implication, therefore, is that you're not supposed to use them.
Wait, hang on. You're taking the
that's
ones
yours.
that I've placed.
Sorry. I'm trying to clean up,
It's
man.
okay. It's all right. I think you've cleaned up. It's fine.
But who's on first?
Now these are mine. All right. Okay. So. Okay. So I'm going to pay 1, 2, 3.
Arcanum, yes, the mod automatically updates control status, which is very nifty.
Very nifty. Lord knows I was
Oh,
not keeping track of it in Falling Sky.
Oh no. Okay. All right.
Wrong.
Nothing. We'll see. We're gonna see what happens with this.
Well,
Okay.
so Lily, so the govern special ability is how MJ is going to siphon resources into patronage. But he can only do that if there is no coalition base in the region where he's trying to govern. And each time he governs, he only has max 2 spaces. And the way that govern works is he transfers the pop value from aid to patronage. So like if you let him govern in Kabul, then he's going to transfer 4 from aid to patronage, which is like bananas, like really, really strong.
I can't do that though.
No, I know, but that's why you start with a base there, for example.
Okay.
So placing a base here was also good because like it helps you with your victory conditions because you want to make these high pop regions at support, but also it does turn off his ability to siphon money into patronage via graft and corruption. So just sort of keep that in mind about like when and where you place bases. It turns off his ability to do that.
Sir, do you have enough pieces in Kabul?
You can never have enough pieces in Kabul.
That's yeah. All right. Okay. So I did that, and then I'm going to govern in Nuristan and Herat.
That snap point is slightly
Do
unfortunate.
I want to do it? Do I want to do it?
As much as I would like that, you actually can't govern in Nuristan because you don't have coin control.
Oh, I thought I did. Oh, you suck.
You swept me, and I have to protect my bases, so I rallied there. I guess I should have anticipated that you were going to train and govern, in which case I could have saved myself a resource, and I would have let you do it. But
Yeah.
I was a little paranoid.
I mean, now I wonder if I should just eradicate.
Whoa, bud. Let's not get hasty here.
I mean,
can traffic and give
it's
you
a tasty, juicy warlord base.
I know, but listen, eradicate only gives you one patronage one time. If you allow me to traffic, it gives you patronage every time.
But it's also aid. Okay, all right, well. It's so tempting.
I mean, I think really you want to get those returnees down early so that you can
I know.
siphoning, especially in like the little out of way spots like Herat, because Coalition doesn't want to go there.
Okay, all right. Is that really what I want to be doing? Yes.
Leaving an empty base too is interesting.
I know. I just don't know what Garrick is going to do. I don't know what's going to matter to him more, either attacking it or trying to take the support level or the opposition level.
I mean,
he's probably,
I don't know.
now that I think about it, he's not going to attack because he only has one gorilla. He'd have to roll a 1 in order to kill the base.
I mean, I don't know what's good in this game, but I like smashing stuff, so...
That's not what this game is for. Go play something else. Lily, it's over to you.
Oh, okay.
You can do a lim up or the event or pass.
Yeah, I'm analyzing things.
That is a good thing to point out. You can always pass.
Yeah.
It'll give us 3 resources, and you'll remain eligible, which might be nice. I don't know.
Maybe.
On this one, possibly yes. You thinking about working something out, Drew?
What do you mean?
I mean, I don't know why the local truce would be nice for you, but maybe it would. I'm not exactly about to give up half my resources, though, so it'd have to be a pretty good reason.
Well, I might end up taking the event depending on what's eligible afterwards. We'll see.
I mean, there's these Ferengi in the country taking my resources as well. I don't know what to do about it, so... Everybody wants my money.
I'm not really seeing what would be a good idea. Like, I don't know how to read the board state yet.
Well, so remember that it's sort of put it this way, if you want like an easy heuristic to use that it won't like allow you to play the game well, but it'll at least allow you to see the shape of the game since it's the first one and whatever. You can just like basically single-mindedly do nothing but pursue your 2 victory conditions, which are like pretty straightforward for the most part. And then like MJ will point out when like you need to go kill something because like Garrick is about to win, or I'm about to win, or whatever.
Because right
so
now,
for the
with
most part,
limited ops, I can only do patrol, sweep, and assault, and train.
correct, exactly. So yeah,
So
you don't have any special abilities. So it's worth saying, like, you could just basically mash support onto the board whenever you have the opportunity, and just rely on MJ to tell you when you need to go attack, because he can read the board state and see when Garrick is threatening a win. And mostly
I do
the
like
coalition
mashing buttons.
Mostly the coalition's job is to keep the Taliban in check, and the government's job is to keep the warlords in check a little bit. Sometimes those roles can get reversed, but yeah. So he'll let you know, and if there's in the absence of anything else, like, just put support down somewhere, which means train if you can,
Yeah, I think I'm.
like host, for example.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do the limited op and train in host. So it's spending 3 resources. I'll just put out 6 because can never have enough pieces on this board.
Yep, and then you also can buy civic action to move that up to support.
Oh yeah, heck yeah, I want to do that.
Yep.
Okay, so it's another 3 for support.
Also, I don't know if you've noticed this yet, but train, when you do a train, if you forego your ability to do a civic action, you can basically put patronage back in government resources. So if you look at the bottom of your box.
Okay, that's no, I couldn't totally figure out what that meant. Okay. Wait, so just out of curiosity, if I had trained in Kandahar, I would have had to pay 6 to change it from opposition to support.
Well, you'd pay 3 to train, and then separately you would do the civic action, and then yes, you'd pay 3 to remove the terror, and then 3 more to remove oppose. And then
could you pay 3 more to make it support?
Forget if you can. Yeah, it looks like you can go all the way. It's not limited. Some games are limited. I think this one is not. It doesn't have anything in the box.
Yeah, in this case she couldn't though, because she can only.
Right, she's resource
Wait, no, I'm
limited.
lying
Oh, she doesn't
about
have
that.
enough money. Yep.
No, there's only there would be no. That would be a 6 additional, and I would take the government resources down to 0.
Yep.
It would be a perfect move, but I'm not going to do it. I'm happy with where I am.
All right, so your turn's done.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that! What is this next card? 2 sport and 2 op. Ooh.
This dude. I have a personal story about this dude, but I will maybe talk about that later.
Now let's hear it. I gotta think about what I want to do here.
I have a really crazy story about a friend of mine who's from Afghanistan, and he how do I nutshell this? Basically, he was a kid when there was a reporter who went and did a story when it was like right before the war was even declared. It was right after 9/11 that he was in Afghanistan, and he was this translator, and he was doing a story about the warlords and what was going on. And this guy, I ended up meeting him because this journalist was a journalism professor at my university, and he got the Afghan kid to come to the university because this dude was part of the interview, and he started looking for who was the translator. And so the Afghan kid became, in his early 20s, a student at my university, and we became good friends, and he tried to run for student government, and there's like a whole story.
Huh.
That's
pretty cool.
But this guy did a whole lot of messed up stuff in his home territory, which is up north.
That's not so cool.
That's
it's
so cool.
Very not cool. In fact, it's so not cool that some of what he did I can't even say on the stream because it's really inappropriate. He did some really not cool stuff.
Yeah. Let's spend all my money.
Good start.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. I'm going to rally and traffic. We're gonna rally here. So traffic here.
So, which box are you taking on the sequence of play?
Right, I'm doing all the things. Sorry. Who do I want to? Yeah, I do. No, I don't. Yeah, I do. Oh, dang, I can't do that. It's got to be no coalition. That's right. I'll do it here. Okay. That. Man, I'm really wishing there was a button to remove these automatically. This is going to be a pain. Okay.
Have a good night, student strategy.
Nice. All right. So I will do my rally first. So 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces so far. All right. So that is going to replace 2 gorillas with the base. Same deal up here. Then over here, I'm going to place 2 gorillas, 1 for the base, 1 for pop.
I understand now.
I don't think I actually need to rally there now that I think about it. So that will save me a resource. No, won't I miscounted? I'm rallying down here. So I'm where I'm same place as I was before. Okay. And then I traffic. So everywhere where I have a base and there are no coalition pieces, I can add 1 resource per base. Everywhere where there's Taliban control, you get a resource. Everywhere where there is coin control, MJ is going to get a patronage. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It looks like, yeah. There's 1 Taliban control, and that's it. So 1 resource to Garrick, and oh, I can't give you any patronage, MJ. I'm sorry.
Why not?
There's no coin control anywhere.
There's coin control here.
Yeah,
and
but there's
here.
there's no coin control where there's also not coalition. Coalition turns off my
right. I didn't realize it turned it off for you as well.
Yep. Yeah, those troops are good at sniffing out the opium.
Oh, why do they have to spoil the fun?
I know, seriously.
We're not
Jeez.
spoiling it. We're just taking it before it gets to you. That's all.
All right, that's it for me. Garrick is up.
I know a very funny story about that as well.
Oh boy.
From a special forces, an ex-special forces friend of mine who ended up with a Purple Heart. It wasn't opium though; it was something else.
Kind of buried the lead there, didn't you?
Trying.
These markers are infinite. I'm just gonna start deleting them. That seems much more.
You can do that if you'd like. I just am always wary of deleting the wrong thing. So.
That's true.
Yeah, haven't you seen The Prestige? I'm trying to see how many streams in a row I can try to work in a Prestige reference.
Yes.
All right, we have the Domers in chat trying to get me to say Portobello, and we have MJ trying to reference the Prestige every stream. This is perfect.
And greasing palms.
Oh, right, and greasing palms. We can never forget greasing palms.
And the Princess Bride.
Oh, right, that's a thing too.
Everything is a thing.
Too many in jokes. All right. right. What am I
Are
doing?
you up?
Yeah,
So-
I'm up.
So Garrick, generally speaking, the bases in Pakistan are really hard to dislodge.
Right.
Because they can't
Yeah.
sweep into Pakistan at all. So the only way to get them out is events, getting hostility all the way down to hostility on the Islamabad track, or just like slowly picking away at you with airstrikes. Because you can airstrike into Pakistan, although it makes Pakistan angry and shifts its tracker.
I can't imagine why.
Yeah. So generally speaking, I know you only have a limb op, so you don't have a whole you can really do right now. Oh, actually, I take that back. You should probably rally here to hide
That
these
was
gorillas.
my
to
thinking with just
protect
a limb
this
op.
base. Yeah, with just a limb op, that's probably a smart thing to do. But otherwise, if you had a regular one, you should be rallying and putting gorillas in Pakistan as much as possible,
So that I can then turn
so
them
that
into
you
bases.
can then drop a second base. Yep.
Oh, Z Pledge, thank you for subscribing. And
Excuse
bless
me,
you,
sorry.
MJ.
So,
Or
I'm
Gesundheit.
so sorry. I should have tried to mute. It was too quick.
No, that's okay. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and stick with that idea because I like it. So I'm going to let me make sure I do this right. I'm rallying, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So rally allows you to flip gorillas undergrounds.
Yeah, I was. Oh,
Um,
there's the flip. I was reading the text version. I didn't see the flip part, and I was like, "Wait, is this right?" And then I found it.
Alternatively, you could just ignore the 2 face-up gorillas and place 3 because you have a base and 2 pop, and you're not like starving for gorillas right now. You have 16 in your supply, so that's probably better because it gets 1 more on the board versus just hiding these 2.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would place 3 of them because of the population of 2 in the base. So yeah, I think I like that
Correct.
better. Let's go. I think that's in there. All right, that's my turn. Oh, Z Pledge, Liberty or Death is coming because I am low key a big fan of the American Revolution. So it is coming
Eventually,
eventually.
that's one of the games that I've not played. So you're gonna have to teach yourself how to play.
I guess I can do that.
Yes, I am gonna do it.
Tyler, are you trying to tell me to not play the game while playing the game? It seems like what you're trying to tell me.
Wait, who, me?
wait, is that my faction I should be playing? I want to play that faction.
Tyler told me to play France in Liberty or Death.
Oh.
And my understanding is
Liberty
that
Death is a weird one.
they basically don't play the game for half the game.
Yeah, the
Sounds
French and the
perfect for
Indians are like
Oh, wait,
half
I get-
factions, kind of.
I gotta be
Might
the Indians then. That's
Wrong
that's
Indians.
clearly where I gotta be.
Wrong Indians, Lily. I'm sorry.
I know,
you know,
but I
close
still
enough.
gotta do it.
Columbus thought it was close enough, so
Yeah, well, Columbus also thought Cuba was Japan.
exactly.
So anyway, I have funny moral quandaries with playing this card, but this will be the second time I do it, and it's because I'm playing the government, so it's for the same reason. It's okay though. I'm gonna do it. Dostum is going to set non-Pashtun places to neutral. Oh look, they're all there already. Now I'm taking these pieces in bulk.
Oh, why would you do that?
Isn't the point of playing board
So
games
mean.
to sacrifice your morals in a safe environment?
Oh, I hope I'm not sacrificing them. Okay, all right, over to you, Lily.
Okay.
I had a feeling that was gonna happen. I was gonna be sad about it, but
Are you sad about it?
I am. But I'm happy I didn't pass for it because I was like, oh, what are the odds that another Warlord first card comes out next? The odds were low,
jeez.
but that's what happens. So
That is what happens.
I'm glad it happened.
That's very funny.
It's still no knowledge of what to do. I'm gonna just keep doing what I've been doing because it feels like it's the right thing to do, and it drains more money out of the bank.
That's because it is the right thing to do.
I mean,
All right.
there's still a ways probably till the prop card, so don't get too spendy.
I mean, but I'm already too spendy. It's too late. It already happened. I want more troops here. And then I will do the civil action to add support up here. And so that's all.
Who needs money? Am I right?
Who needs money? Not me. And then I'm going to. I can add a special action, right, for that one?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm gonna surge.
You should just go home.
Fine. I'm gonna just take out some troops.
Wait, Lily. Wait, Lily.
No. I was just kidding. What's up?
I mean, I guess you could do that, but you probably still want to put troops in at this point.
Why? What are they doing?
Well, you can't take out enough troops to get to your victory condition, and if you take out all the troops, then the Taliban starts to run away with dropping opposition on the board, which is the opposite of what you want, because again, you care about support.
That's true.
I mean, she could surge all of them out right now and get to her victory condition, but yeah, the Taliban would get there first.
Yeah. Can she though? Because there's only 3 spaces.
What?
I don't think she's concentrated enough.
She's not
And it's
concentrated enough.
Here, 3 here.
That's
2
true.
here.
Which is another thing, Lily. You
yeah,
Wait,
when
what?
you
I'm now confused.
so so you can surge out of 3 spaces, right? But what Drew is
Yes.
pointing to is actually a really important strategic note, which is that you kind of want to be bunched together so that you can surge out a bunch of pieces in 3 large areas. Whereas right now, if you surge out of 3 areas, you're only surging like 2 pieces at a time, basically.
Okay.
Because you're not really bunched up anywhere. So you want to be concentrated when you surge.
So
Okay.
I think this might be like a common thing that people miss. When you surge, you pick 3 spaces, and then you can move an unlimited amount of coalition pieces to and from those 3 spaces. It's not 3 pieces.
Oh.
It's pick
I
3
thought it was 3
spaces and dump
pieces.
whatever you want onto the board or off the board.
I thought it. Oh, that changes a lot.
I literally
Okay.
just realized that because I was like, wait, why aren't there more coalition pieces out? And then I remember that you put 3 bases down last time.
Yeah, because that's what I thought I was supposed to do.
Yeah, and then I thought, oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, so,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, you're surging again, so not like it matters that much, but yeah, you can put all of your forces on the board right now if you would like to.
I could. They've got to be coin controlled.
Yep, coin controlled or couple.
Annoying. Because I don't. Okay.
Well, so it's worth noting, you should put something there because a base by itself, I mean, I'm not really in a position to do it, but like we could kill a base, and killing bases is very lucrative for both the Taliban and the warlords. So you want to protect them just like everyone else does.
Yeah. I'm trying to think where the best 3 spaces would be. Is there a reason? So what's the reason to keep these guys out in this area?
There isn't really. That just happens to be where they begin.
Okay.
Now, if you can get, well, MJ doesn't have any money anymore. But if you can coordinate with MJ to get him to sweep into these regions, then the coalition troops are really, they're kind of like the Roman legions in Falling Sky. They're very good at battling. And then
Sweeping
the
costs
government troops.
resources.
I know, yeah, you guys can't really do anything right now.
We can't do anything anymore.
But just in general, the coalition troops are really strong. The government troops are like kind of average, and the police are really bad at fighting. So if you want to clear out Taliban bases, to have like a couple troops and then have the government sweep in so that you can then follow up with a strike or an assault.
Okay.
So that's kind of why they're out there, is that sort of sets you up to do that at some point. But again, you don't have any now. So.
Yeah, I definitely think I was very confused. I think I still am very confused.
It's okay. It's first game. No one's.
And remember,
What
that
is
just
confusing
means
you?
you're feeling thematic. Because
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Is there anything you
I'm
can
just-
you feel like? Go ahead.
No, it's just like I'm not totally sure what to do. So like training was really the only thing I felt like confident in.
Training is good. There's
Yeah, it
there's
wasn't the wrong
not
thing
a
to do.
lot else to be doing right now. So if you're kind of confused
Yeah.
what else to be doing, it's partly because there isn't a lot else to be doing. You could
Yeah,
be
so, like-
sweeping and assaulting. That would be helpful, but
Um,
you can't because we
what-
have no
what is-
resources.
what is patrol? Well, so for sweeping, it says it's
Yeah, she
3
could patrol for
government
free.
resources per government moved estimation. So if I'm only moving coalition pieces,
uh
then does it matter?
oh yeah, that's a good point. I forgot. The coalition can do stuff for free.
Yeah, like,
pretty much
think-
always, and they only spend when they bring government troops with them or
Yeah.
do. Yeah. So like yeah, you'll notice like assaults is 3 government resources per space if desired, if you want to add government cubes to the fight. But you can
Okay.
assault by yourself for free. You can sweep by yourself for free. And you can patrol. Patrol is always free. So there's still stuff you guys can do to like affect the board.
I'm gonna put out more.
Well, MJ
crap.
can't. MJ always has to spend, but Lily can do stuff for free.
Yeah, I have to spend my own money.
Everyone's spending your money, isn't it great?
I'm done.
Okay, turn over onto the next card.
Oh my gosh, I am gonna have such a bad time next prop card when there are no cards that begin with warlords. Oh, jeez. Okay, well. Oh man, that's terrible. So terrible. All right.
You should just
I'm
pass
gonna
this
do.
turn so that you can take Tajiks.
I guess I could. That might actually be better because you're the only one on. You're not gonna do either of those events.
No.
Yeah, I definitely do not want the North to go to support. So yeah, I'm gonna pass. I get a
Hey.
resource.
See, this is why I'm here.
Let's-
Tell you how to play the game.
Yep. Let's cause some problems for the coin factions. Go have fun.
All right, so this is probably a good turn. Hello. A good turn to do the the full op.
Yes, you pretty much right now the only thing that makes sense is rally infiltrate. You also could march and extort, but you don't have very many pieces with which to march. So
No, I think I
really-
like the idea of rallying and I forget exactly what infiltrate does, but I figured a special activity
just-
is always good.
Yeah, infiltrate is just remove 2 non-coalition pieces, or replace one with a guerrilla, and then drop patronage
Got
for
it.
each government piece that you removed.
Got it. Okay. So rallies 1 resource per space selected. I definitely want to be picking the Pakistan regions. Is there anywhere else I want?
Well, so you really want to get all of your gorillas out on the board as quickly as possible because okay, well, so the more gorillas you have out, the easier it is for you to rally bases, right? Because it costs 2 gorillas removed
Right.
to create a base.
And you want to leave some behind
So
to defend them, so
you want that set up here, and you also need to defend them.
yeah.
But you also want to be able to put down bases in like crappy regions like Zabul because it's 0 population. So the coalition really hates having to go there because they can't make it support, or they can make it support, but it's not worth anything. So this is like kind of a safe place for you to drop bases. Same thing with Nimruz or Farah or whatever.
I see what you're laying down.
So the sooner you can get out all of your gorillas, the faster you can place bases. And also, the faster you can march onto the lines of control and do extorts.
Right.
So like, let's say you have like 2 bases down here and a bunch of gorillas. You can plop a gorilla onto here and here and here, and then extort for the resources listed on the economic map.
Okay, so I'm liking the sound of going to Zabul as well.
Yep. And actually, this LOC and this LOC are insanely important for everyone. Because again, if you can get a gorilla on there and extort, then you're going to get that many resources. So this extorting here provides 3 resources, and this one provides 4. Then separately, if you do a terror op on these 2 LOCs, then that places a sabotage there. And their income during the prop phase is directly tied to unsabotaged LOCs plus 4 and 8.
Okay.
So if you can sabotage these 2 LOCs, that's 7 resources less that they're going to have every round, and it's very, very strong. So yeah, you probably want to rally right now, but just like you're kind of rallying to set up for a big march and extort at some point.
Got it. See, I've got 13 in my supply. I'm going to be placing. I'm going to start resolving this and see if I want to add an extra one real quick.
Yeah, yeah. You don't need to have it all planned out before you start placing things
down. This one's getting 2 because of the population of the base, right?
Yep.
Same here.
Yep.
This one will get 1.
Just 1 because of the base.
Yep. Or minimum 1, whichever.
Right.
That leaves me with 7 in my supply. Let me pay resources for those 4 real quick.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know why that's there. Thank you.
Yeah, that was from a previous turn, I think.
Yep. Let me get rid of that one too. So is it foolish, do you think, to rally in Nuristan again in preparation of moving some of those onto the LOC?
Well, you only need 1 gorilla on the LOC in order. Well, okay, I take that back. It's probably best to move 2 gorillas onto the big LOCs because then you extort, which activates one of them, and then you take the resources. And then later, if they're still alive and on the thing and not swept, then you can do a terror and activate the other one to place a sabotage. But you only need 2. There's no reason to have more than 2 on LOC at any given time.
Okay.
So you kind of have enough to move 2, and you still have at least 1 hidden piece, which prevents them from immediately assaulting and killing your base. So you don't really need to rally there, although, there's no harm in it just to get your pieces out. Because it does put a lot down and then allows you to like march up here if you want. or
Yeah.
into Kabul for that matter.
I'm gonna go ahead. Go ahead and
Actually, you definitely want to do that because you want to set up to march into Kabul.
right. It just seems multi-useful.
Yep.
I can also infiltrate's what we talked about.
Yeah. So note that it's non-coalition pieces. So normally you're removing government pieces, but you also can remove my pieces if necessary.
Okay. And it's in one space, it looks like.
Correct. You don't really you don't really need to be removing patronage, although I suppose it can't hurt. And if you remove government pieces, it's going to remove patronage. But I guess it depends on what you're about. There are a bunch of government pieces sitting here. I suppose that's helpful to you. I'm trying to figure out if there's anywhere where removing my pieces is. Well, actually, removing anything from here, I think it's coin control. 1, 2, 8.
Is it a good idea to remove this base
Or
over
Taliban
here?
control. Oh,
Because it just says pieces, right?
great target. Yep. Bases have to go last, but yeah, there's no
since it's open.
other. So
I mean, you sure you want to do that though?
I'm not sure of anything, MJ, but it sounds fun.
it does open up a base slot in this sort of out of the way area.
And I can
Well,
replace
it's not
it
really
with
out
a
of the way
gorilla.
because he can sweep straight to it along the road.
Yeah.
But you do get to replace it with a gorilla, which gives you 2, and that's
Sure.
actually. So let me. I guess I think I didn't explain this for the LOCs. So Garrick, when they sweep, you saw him sweep earlier, where he brought everything in from adjacent.
Yeah.
They also can sweep using the line of controls, and they can go as far as they want along the line of the controls before they step off. So like if he wants, he could sweep into Herat from Kabul and just like drive along this road and then step off one space into Herat. So that they are very mobile in this game. The coin factions are both very mobile.
Right.
The way you can stop that is by they have to stop at a sabotaged LOC. So that's the other reason to get pieces on there to sabotage them, because it cuts off their ability to sweep.
Right.
Or patrol for that matter. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm not hearing a bad.
I don't see any reason not to remove that base,
Right.
because you want to open up slots to place your own bases.
And I'm replacing it with the gorilla at the same time.
And you're replacing with the gorilla, so it's a free piece. Yep.
Maybe I want you to get me that base back.
Then terrific. Here you go.
Thanks.
The government does only have 3 bases, so it's kind of awkward sometimes when they end up out of position.
Right, which is why sometimes I actually want them. So thanks.
Yep.
All right.
Good for both of you.
That is my action. Did that have a cost? No. Okay. Next card. Hey, Chris Dube. I say 5 minutes later.
Well, did you pay 1 for doing it in Herat, though?
For doing infiltrate?
Oh, never mind. It was a special activity. Never mind.
Infiltrate doesn't have a cost, though.
And
that does remove
your patronage by 1.
That's really what I cared about.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Oh my god. What is happening? Every single card is a Warlord's card. This is so terrible.
That is terrible. Well, what's really terrible is that you're getting them all before the first prop card.
Exactly. And they're all bad for me if I leave them.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Poppy Crop Failure is terrible.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's hilarious.
Oh,
boy. You better pick what you want, or you want to make a deal. So.
Oh boy.
Yeah. This card looks a little different in Pax Pamir.
I mean, what can you expect? This is the sequel, right?
Yeah. Well, of sorts.
I mean, I can threaten MJ with the Tajiks event, but that doesn't get me
But
very far because what? Well, I was gonna say I could say if you don't activate this event, I won't activate this event. But I guess my question then becomes, what the heck are you gonna do on this card if you don't activate that event? Because you have no money. So I don't even know if that's a very compelling deal for you. But I could take potentially all of your patronage right now.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I am in a really tough spot because because the coalition spent all my money and I don't have anything to do for kind of the rest of the prop round. So I am kind of
So you're kind of hoping to just sit around and take events.
yeah. So I don't know if you I mean, I'm looking at like passing and trying to just get an extra $3 here and there. So I don't I'm like I'm not sure what I'm doing. So I don't know if you can just do the least harsh thing. Then I will do the least harsh thing back. But I don't have the thing is like if you don't do this, I don't have a compelling reason to take this. Because where am I going to take them out? Everywhere I could take them out. I mean, I could take them out here, but like, what would be the point?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's fair.
Because the other thing is, I kind of want you to have bases out.
I was gonna say you kind of want me to have some where you have a little bit.
I did this here just because I was like, well.
Yeah, I wish you had left me one because I would have happily just cranked patronage into your bank if you'd left me a base there. But now I can't traffic there, so.
That's true. I guess I didn't think about that.
That's okay.
Well, you could take out one of the bases. Well, no, you can't actually.
No, I can't. You left a troop there. Oh wait, no, I could suborn, I suppose. Suborn then rally. It's pretty expensive, but that might be worth it. Oh crap! I only have 2 gorillas there. I would need 3 for that to make sense. Okay, but yeah, I will not take this event because I would love to siphon resources. If you don't take this event.
Okay, agreed.
Okay, cool.
We all benefit from the poppy crop.
We all benefit from the poppies, except for the Americans, because screw them.
Except for the Americans, because they don't know how to have fun.
That's right.
Having too much fun spending money.
Amazing. That's totally true.
Having too much fun spending other people's money.
Yes, exactly.
There it is.
I mean, that's the best drug there is. Let's be real here.
Yeah.
Gosh, why did I rally in Kandahar? That was silly of me.
I did wonder what you were doing, but I didn't want to say anything.
I haven't played this game in a while, so I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I don't remember. It's been too long. Want to
boop boop. Oh, nope. Yes. Nope. Yes. Nope. Thank you. I'm just gonna play with my cubes.
Love it.
Does that turn this game into a cube pusher?
Yep.
What are cube pushers?
Oh. it's a, I guess, slightly derogatory term for some like Euros. You know, the ones you're just like pushing cubes around on a board, and you're like, "Hey, I did good, pa." I efficiency'd good. It also happens to describe sidereal confluence, which is not at all that. I'm sorry, Stereo Confluence, Trading and Negotiation in the Elysian Quadrant. Gotta respect the full name.
3, 4.
First one?
All right, so I spent my resources. I'm putting a base down in Badakhstan. Oops. Placing 2 guerrillas here. Is that enough? Not cool. Okay. I'm going to voluntarily remove these in order to place them in a more useful location, which will be.
Is that a thing?
Yes, you can pull guerrillas and re-rally them somewhere else. So we'll do one there.
I wouldn't think gorillas would be so cooperative. Hey, John. Yeah, this is fun. Coin games are fun. True.
We're going to do one there, and we're going to remove one from Nuristan. I'm specifically, Garrick, this is relevant for you.
You're removing it so you can
I'm
place
removing
it back
the
face
active
down.
one because it's useless. Yep, and then I'm placing it back face down over here.
Very smart.
Is that everything that I paid for?
I taught you well.
Okay, and then I'm pairing that with a traffic everywhere that I can traffic. So everywhere where there's no coalition spaces. So 1 base, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. So 7 resources for me. Nobody has any control in any of those regions, so no patronage or resources, and I'm done. Next up is the coalition.
Did you take Taliban control away from me?
Where
was it? Was it here where I was?
It was here. Yeah, you would have gotten a resource there.
You monster.
I will be leaving if it makes you feel any better.
I don't know if that makes me feel better, no.
Well, sorry.
What'd you think, Lily?
About what?
Your turn.
I'm reading.
Got it.
I can't spend any more money.
I'm just gonna move that guy up there real quick. I'll rally him in Saripol instead. Mountains are good.
Is that what those are? I thought they were just, darker mud pits or something.
These dark terrain are mountain or hills, I guess, and then the very dark terrain spaces are mountains. Yeah.
Thank you, MJ.
That is relevant because it's way harder to battle in the mountains. If you look at the 2 coin assaults, it's a lot harder to remove pieces in mountains than it is on the plains.
Very conveniently, the entire center of the country is mountainous.
It is mountainous, yep.
Can someone explain LOCs to me again?
Yeah, so they are how you guys generate money. So as long as they're not sabotaged, you're going to generate amount of resources equal to the value of all of the LOCs on the board during each prop phase. So that's, what is that, like 11 resources or something like that, I think. 12. So there's that. The other thing it allows you to do is basically they connect every region to regions that are adjacent to the LOCs. So like, for example, if you wanted to sweep into, I don't know, Herat or something like that, you can sweep from Kabul. You can move spaces, or you can move pieces onto LOCs and then onto adjacent LOCs as long as you want. And then once you get to your final LOC, you can step off 1 space during a sweep. So effectively, if you want, you can sweep from Kabul all the way to Herat by using the LOC, as long as they're not blocked by sabotage markers.
Think of them like highways.
Yeah, they're high. They're literally highways. Same thing with patrol. You can move. Well, actually, patrol has to stay on LOCs. The difference between sweep and patrol is patrol. You only move them into or along LOCs in Kabul, and then you activate guerrillas that are on the LOCs, and then you assault them for free. Whereas sweep is all about moving into regions and activating guerrillas.
Like right now, I couldn't move these troops along the LOC because it's not attached to anything.
Where?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. These guys are kind of stuck out here.
They're too far
I
north.
didn't realize that.
Well, they're not
Okay.
stuck. You're insanely mobile because on top of the
Yeah.
LOCs, you also have
Airlift.
airlift. So you can just pick 3 spaces and
Not
move
with the-
any of your cubes among those 3 spaces.
Oh, but she is lim opt, so.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. But in the
But
future,
normally,
future.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Them two are long. But I could use the LOCs now. So I could use it to move any of these other troops into Kabul right now, though.
Yeah. Oh shit. You know what?
What's wrong?
I did need
What
the
happened?
resources. But one other option is I did leave the event open for you, and actually this is a good event for you.
Is it?
Pick 2 non-Pashtun spaces and shift them towards support.
Oh, yeah.
So Herat can go to support. Bulk can go to support. What else is high pop and not Pashtun? Baglan can go to support.
Lily's gonna win on the first
What
prop
does it
again.
mean by Pashtun?
Pashtun are these spaces that have green names and also the Arabic text above the name. These are all spaces that are like historically ethnic Pashtun territory, and the Pashtun are like very friendly towards the Taliban. Whereas
I
all the
see.
northern spaces are like a collection of a bunch of different ethnicities that like want to remain independent from the broader Afghan state.
Okay. Well, that event sounds great.
Yeah, that was a whoops. I needed the money, but I should not have.
I hold you personally accountable.
Yep.
As you should.
So, yeah,
Should-
bulk is definitely a smart spot. Baglan is good.
Why
Herat's
is
probably
it-
just gonna get terrored at some point because he already has guerrillas here, whereas Baglan is
Yeah.
empty, so that's a decent target.
Yeah, I was gonna go here because I've been trying to figure out how to get people into here, and so then I was
now you don't
like,
need to worry
actually
about
trying to. Yeah, no, I don't. You're right.
The way to
Very
get people
cool.
in there though is by sweeping or by using an airlift if you have a special ability active. But now you don't need to worry about it until some guerrilla will remove your support.
Sounds good to me.
All right, cool. So that's that card, and now we are on to. Oh, thank God.
Oh dear, thank God, yes.
Now we are on to the government.
Oh man. Oh man, I'm so happy. All right. Well, nobody has won.
Yeah, nobody is in striking distance of winning, so you are
Okay.
safe to do something. But I don't know that. Oh, right. Sorry, I totally forgot to explain this, everyone. Well, Lily and Garrick. Unlike Falling Sky, as soon as a propaganda appears, you resolve it immediately. So effectively, these two switch places.
I thought that
And
was a
then
variant.
Oh, you know what?
Is that a
You're
variant in
right.
this game, MJ, or is that the base rule?
It is a variant, but I've never played with anyone who didn't do it.
Yeah,
Just because
I thought doing it the Falling Skyway was the variant, actually. Isn't it?
No, it's
Garrick
it's
doesn't play
page
rules, so
page
I believe him.
5 sudden propaganda option.
yeah, so
Oh,
doing
okay.
it suddenly is optional. But
There are some
I've
games that made the sudden prop into a rule, I think, and so I always
Yes,
figure
there
these
are
restrictions
because effectively the more that they made, the more they were like, that's actually the better way.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I'm fine doing it. I just, that's like the one thing I retained when I was reading the rules earlier today.
That's
Just that one
that's the
thing.
only thing you retained.
That's the only thing he remembers.
Pretty much.
Yeah, so that's why I said thank God, because I was like, oh good, this can be a warlord first event next because it'll swap with the propaganda. So I was very
Yeah.
happy with that.
Yeah.
Um,
And I was happy because it meant that I could get some resources and actually do something.
yeah,
Whereas right now, all I would do is pass.
exactly. Yeah.
So, but I don't know. I mean, do we care? I don't
I have
necessarily care,
always
but
played. I've always played every modern game with sudden prop. So
Yeah, it's
Same.
just sudden prop. Let's not like dwell on it.
Yeah.
okay, all right, sorry.
It's
All right,
okay.
has anyone won?
No.
Nobody has won. Resources.
Oh, there's an
It's
auto
gonna
button?
auto do it.
Yep. Yeah. This mod is like god tier. Good.
Oh my god. Can we never play any other game ever again?
Fire in the Lake also does. Although, if you guys want to look at what it's actually doing, here's the propaganda.
Yeah,
reference.
sorry, I won't like
It's-
zoom.
it's
through
probably
it,
worth-
but-
It's worth you guys just reading through this real quick just to understand how to affect the resources that happen.
Yeah.
Um,
So what I just did really quickly, for example, is I did resources. It sees if any locks are sabotaged. None were, so it counted and added
counted the
all of
12 resources.
those.
Yep.
It added some to aid.
I just realized I actually really wanted another turn or two before the prop.
yeah, you did definitely.
I wanted one more turn.
What would you have done?
Left.
She would have won.
Clearly.
Left.
She
yeah,
might have.
she could have surged out and
Maybe.
won on the first prop again. That would have
Surged out, and then the propaganda comes up as perfect.
So anyway, the reason they have
Oh, yeah,
27
she could have surged out,
resources
that's true.
is because there's 15 in foreign aid, so they get 15 resources, and then they also get the 12 from the LOCs. So 15 plus 12 is 27. That's where that number's. Taliban gets resources equal to the number of bases, so that's why you're up to 14. You got 8, Garrick. And then I get resources up to the number of my bases plus the number of my guerrillas on unsabotaged LOCs. So I eventually want to get guerrillas on the LOCs so that I can tax people as they move along them, and then
Got it.
I get resources during prop round. Finally, this is something that you should be aware of, Lily. As we kill coalition pieces, they go into the casualties box and not back into your bag. And during the resources phase, aid drops by 3 for every piece in the casualty. So the US's willingness to continue paying for the war decreases as more troops die. So you want to protect your troops as much as possible and your bases, which is why I was telling you earlier, you want to make sure you cover this base with some troops, because killing it is very lucrative for both of the insurgents.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's resources phase. That's literally everything that happens, but the mod does it for you. But now you kind of have an idea of why
Yeah.
the LOCs are important and why not having dead coalition stuff is important. So now we can go to redeploy. Or I'm sorry.
Oh wait,
Support.
nope. Support.
Support.
So
Support.
the support starts with whoever has the most troops, which I'm trying to figure out who that is because I feel like it's me. I think it's me.
Hey,
It's
Mango.
me.
No, Lily needed like one
Well,
more
it's-
turn, and then she could have won on the first prop.
Yes, it would have been amazing. Every coin game we play, Lily wins first prop round. Yeah, so it's checked per space. So like Kabul, the government has the most troops, so Kabul or the government gets to decide if they want to do
I'm looking
action.
at here
Where are you looking?
at Kandahar.
Oh, you have more troops there.
I'm muted.
Do I
Mango?
want? I can hear you.
Like my OBS is picking me up.
We can hear you, Garrick.
Yeah.
But Garrick can't hear us apparently.
No, I can hear you.
He's just not responding to us.
Mango said that I was somehow muted. Other people are saying they can hear me fine. So I don't know what happened, Mango.
Weird.
You know what? I don't care about getting civic actions in Kandahar.
Thanks, chat.
Too expensive.
Yeah, so Lily, this is the other little wrinkle, or one of the other wrinkles in this game. The government very rarely is going to do civic actions during the prop phase because they don't care about support or opposition. All they care about is coin. And during the prop phase, whoever has more pieces decides whether to spend for civic action. So you also want to make sure that going into prop phase, outnumber the government in any spaces that are not already at support.
Okay.
So Kandahar was really the only one where that's super relevant.
Right. The thing is that we're tied because it's troops. But coalition,
it's troops.
Yeah. So it's only troops. So actually, the coalition gets to decide.
I get to
that's right. It does not count the police. Yep, that's right. I forgot about that.
So.
Yes,
but just so that you know, though, Lily, it's going to be really expensive because it's going to be 3 to remove this, another 3 to remove this, and then another 3 to move it to support. And there are 2 gorillas here that can just very easily either terrorize it again, or these guys over here can just move in and do it again. So you might want to think about doing. Oh, and next door in Helmand.
Yeah,
which is where my friend was stationed.
It's also worth noting, Lily, that these terror markers will go away by themselves at the end of the prop rounds. So it's actually cheaper to do it during the game.
I will wait then if that's the case. I did not realize that because if they didn't go away, then it doesn't make any sense for me to wait. But if they go away, then it does.
Yeah, well, and just based on the current game state, MJ is like nowhere near winning because his patronage is like in the toilet. If he was really close to winning, then you would want to waste resources as much as possible, just to do it now. Like you would burn resources to get rid of the terror and put it to support right now. But because he's nowhere near winning and we're kind of early in the game, you actually want to probably conserve resources a little bit so that you two can be effective together. Because otherwise, the Taliban will win. Well, no, you did the right things earlier. You probably shouldn't have spent the last of the money, but it did end up not mattering because propaganda came so quick.
Yeah, thank God. Garrick, it's over to you for Sharia.
Okay.
Sharia.
I certainly don't know, so whatever you say, I'll follow.
So anywhere where you have Taliban control, you can buy down to opposition for 1. Yours only costs 1 resource each move.
Yeah, because you're cheap. It's not funny.
You also have to spend for terror. But there are no terror markers that you care about.
Yeah.
But so you could do basically here, here, here.
I mean, I also control here and here.
And here. Yep. Well, this isn't worth sending to opposition because it has 0 population.
Right.
For you should definitely do that now. Like doing Sharia as much as possible is always the right choice unless you're like completely broke for some reason.
So that's what I was thinking about, was how much it costs versus how much I have. And I don't...
Yeah, it's almost never a question. You just always...
So let's definitely spend 1 to go there. Another 1. Spend another 1. Do I bother with Paktika as well? Probably. I don't love how many resources that puts me at.
Well, so put it this way: in order to, your whole game, your whole victory condition is opposition plus basis, right? So you want opposition everywhere.
Right.
If you want to do opposition during the turn, it is going to cost you a resource to do terror anyway, and you're going to have to reveal a gorilla. So this is like strictly more efficient because it still costs you a resource, but you don't have to reveal any.
All right.
So that's what I was saying. Like you basically do it always. Like if you can do it, you do it during the prop rounds, pretty much.
All right. Cool.
I mean, I'm a noob, so I'm sure there's like some random exception, but I can't think of any.
Me neither.
All right. On to redeploy.
Yep. So here's the part where MJ gets sad. Government removes 1
Yeah.
in 3 of its cubes in every single space for desertion.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
And he chooses whether troops or police desert.
That was my question, so thank you.
All right, so Ugh. It's gonna be a minute. Sorry.
Take your time.
Oh, well, I'm trying not to.
While he's doing that, so the next thing is Lily. The coalition may move troops off of LOCs and provinces without coin bases to spaces that have coin bases or coin control. Or, I'm sorry, coin bases or cobble. So if you want to like relocate any of your stuff to where you have bases or into cobble, you can do that right now.
I think I already did.
Okay. And then the government has to do that. So coalition can leave pieces out in the middle of nowhere without a base. Government has to return to a government base.
Gotcha.
Or I'm sorry, he can go where there are coalition bases too. So he can stay in Kandahar for. But like these guys have to leave because there's no coin base in the area.
Oh wait. Oh, so they don't have to desert in Kandahar.
Why?
Okay, never mind. They do.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They desert everywhere. I'm just talking about the redeployment part where you have
No,
to
it's
move
okay.
them back to bases.
I have been laboring so long under the impression that just the suggestion that they might not desert was just it's easy to make me feel hopeful. I'm gonna have to do this. So I did it here. I did it here. I have to do it here.
And then Garrick, after the coin factions redeploy, you have to move all your guerrillas back to Taliban bases as well.
So the ones in Herat are going to move. Is there anyone else?
Correct. They have to go back to let's see, provinces. They have to go back to Taliban bases under Taliban control or anywhere in Pashtun, Pakistan.
Okay.
So you can always go back to here.
2, 3.
Oh,
but otherwise, yeah. So like these two guys have to go to one of the 4 regions. These 2 guys can stay because they already have a base.
This one needs to go as well, right?
Yeah, that one needs to move somewhere because there's no base.
But is it just those 3, the 2 in Herat and the 1 in Kandahar?
That's all that I see. Everyone else has a base under it. Yep.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. This is irrelevant yet, but Kabul is the exception. Even if you don't have a base in Kabul, all of your guerrillas stay in Kabul.
Cool. Got it. Good to know.
Those are going to stay there. Those are going to stay there. Those have to go next door, probably. Sure. Yes. Maybe. Maybe. No, maybe not. Maybe they are going to go. Maybe they're going to go here. And that is a base. And okay, all right, that's everything. I've redeployed.
Oh, sorry, Garrick, this guy too. I forgot.
Ooh.
It has to be in Pashtun, Pakistan, so he has to leave. And
oh, you're right. You're right. Ooh, that's unfortunate. All right, so I move them now.
Yeah, establishing a base down in Balochistan is very critical if you can do it early.
I was trying.
I know. Takes a while.
Yeah, so I move them now, right?
Yep.
And I don't need to worry about like actual like following trails of movement or anything. I just.
No, they just teleport effectively.
Yeah.
Following trails?
I play a lot of route. Things usually require paths and legality and stuff.
No, that's fine. No, I just. The game does not end.
So Garrick, one, just in terms of like strategic considerations for where to put these guys, you could put them in Pakistan and have your first op be a march and march like 5 of them into Balochistan.
Yeah.
That's one option. The other option would be to put a bunch of them like here, or maybe Nuristan, and then do a march like out into these regions or up into this region and Kabul, or whatever. Although you already have a lot here, so actually, I would probably do Pakistan or like Uruzgan and use that to kind of spread out into the mountain.
I was thinking on the Pakistan one, although it is interesting, the idea
that feels better to me, but I didn't want to like.
Yeah. Let's see, that gives me how many in here? 2, 4. That gives me a lot.
That's exactly enough. It allows you to move 5 over here, which is enough to place 2 bases and still have 1 guerrilla.
And I can place another base here.
And then exactly, and then you have 3 left here, which is enough to place a base and still have a guerrilla. So you have like the perfect amount in Waziristan.
I like it.
Okay, and then we move to reset. So Lily, this isn't relevant yet, but just for your awareness, during reset, any bases in the casualties box get permanently removed from the game. And then half rounded down of troops get permanently removed from the game, and then the rest go back into event.
Okay.
So they're not stuck in the casualties box forever. The troops can filter back. The bases are gone forever once you lose one.
Should we go ahead and just hit the auto button then?
Oh, look at that. Auto. Cool.
Do it. I was going to do it, but.
Oh, cool. Okay, so then. Well, we should explain how it works so you guys know. So then Islamabad is going to move back towards reset, which it's already at backing, so that will do nothing. All terror. Oh, okay. Everything else is not really talking about. It just flips people underground, removes terror mark, etc. So yeah, now you can push the button. Sorry. Oh man, that was sweet.
Oh, we didn't flip the cards.
Okay. Oh my god, again. Oh jeez.
You're succeeding too well.
Oh no, but I can only act on every other card.
I know. Hey Billy. This is a war game with coins, but not coins. If you understand me.
I never understand you.
It's fair.
Do you know what coin stands for?
Who, me? Of course I do. But just in case, no, I'm kidding. It stands for counterinsurgency. No, I know, Billy. I was playing along with the joke.
All right, I'm going to do an op only, and I'm going to march. So, oh, damn it. All right. I guess that is what I will do. All right, so I'm going to march into Saripol. I am going to march onto this LOC. What the heck was I doing with? Oh, that's right. I was planning on doing a march and I can't because. Hey MJ, if I let you take an event, are you gonna take this event?
If you let me take an event later on?
No, I mean if I do an op and a special activity, are you gonna remove bases?
No.
I mean, you can remove a Taliban base if you want, I guess.
I mean, if you're doing this, I can't take the event anyway.
That's what I'm saying. I want a special ability, but I'm concerned about you removing 2 bases. I don't know why you would want to, because I feel like bases are good for you, but I'm just, checking in.
Yeah, I also don't know how I could do that if you're doing this.
I know, I'm saying I want
Oh,
to do a
I'm
special
missing.
ability.
Yes. No, I'm not going to worry about that. Don't worry.
Okay, cool. So in that case, I can do this. Is that all the marches that I wanted?
Hey, Jugule. Yeah, MJ and
obviously this.
Drew's from last time. He's also co-inexperienced, or is still co-inexperienced. You know what I mean.
Okay, so marching onto LOCs is free, so these 2 don't cost me anything. I'm gonna put a gorilla there and a gorilla there, and then I need to spend 1 for Saripol and 1 for Gower. So I go down 2, push 1 into Gower, and a bunch into. And then for my special ability, I'm going to do Cultivate, which is place a warlord. Okay. So is this relevant for Lily? I forget.
You awake over there, Lily?
Yeah, I'm still awake.
Where is it?
Because I just noticed the time.
What time is it?
12:30.
12:30 for you guys. Well, anyway, MJ can go while I try and remember. Talking about. Okay, it is just MJ. So MJ has to pay 1 resource to warlords for every space. If he transports for every space entered with seas.
Are you talking about locks?
Locks, yep.
Yeah, okay. I don't know why you're doing that when you just tried to make a deal with me.
Well, it's more that I generate resources during the prop phase.
Night,
I guess
Tyler.
I guess we can talk about it.
Yeah, we can talk about
Night,
it.
Billy.
Right now what's gonna happen is I'm gonna just sweep in Nuristan.
Oh, congrats, Billy.
Okay. That was terrible. Nope.
The more you play with those,
There
the
we
more
go.
I'm going to get YouTube comments asking how to do it.
Okay, all right. How is that possible? I'll just take this guy too. What?
Wow, you're really emptying Cobble there.
Oh, I'm forgetting about the bases. That's what's going on. I'm just gonna take everybody then. It's fine. You have so many people in here. Okay, everyone's revealed. I see everyone.
Holy moly.
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
For reference, Scarrick sweep is 1. You activate 1 gorilla for each cube
Right.
in the region.
Right. And that's why I'm like, wow, that he went to all that effort.
Yeah. It makes sense.
Does
Kinda.
it?
Well, these gorillas are about to march into Kabul and also up here, and so.
Yeah.
I guess I'm surprised because it's not like Lily can now like do the 1-2 punch and collaborate. Like, I'm going next.
Yeah, but slowing you down is almost always worth it.
It's fair.
Yeah.
Because like now you're forced to, rather than like marching down to Balochistan like you wanted to, you probably have to rally again.
Yeah.
and you only have 3 gorillas with which to rally. I mean, it's not the worst thing because you're going to place some bases still, but it does slow you down a little.
Yeah,
It's less efficient.
Yeah, it makes my next couple turns less efficient. But yeah, Lily, are you okay to keep going?
Yeah.
And we have no idea when the next propaganda card is, right?
Nope.
Sometime.
We've been pretty breezy this game, though. Actually,
We have.
You guys have pretty much gotten the hang of coin games generally at this point, having played a full one and kind of I can see you guys starting to wrap your head around the mechanics of the modern one. So it's pretty fast once you get going.
Yeah, it depends on
But we should probably stop at the next prop.
Yeah, definitely calling it the next prop. I was just curious if Lily can make it to that.
Oh, I see.
I think
it's a determinate amount of time.
Same for me. I think it'll be fine.
Okay.
I think we'll make it.
Okay.
I think also the first prop was a lot of explanatory. Yeah. I don't know. I think it'll be fine.
Okay, great. Am I worried about the event? What does it do again?
It's the coalition executing it, so you're not going to pay any resources.
No, I'm worried about letting her trigger it.
Well, that's what I mean. The bottom half of it is not relevant because unless coalition, you don't have to executing that. Oh, right. Never mind, I misread it.
Yeah.
She doesn't have to pay.
Yeah.
It removes gorillas anywhere, which kind of exposes some bases potentially.
Yeah.
But she can't follow up immediately with an airstrike, so it's not.
I still don't
super worried. But if you don't have an amazing use for infiltrate, since you're probably rallying.
Yeah, I think I'd probably rather just do top row. We're gonna activate in here, obviously.
I guess you could steal money from me. You could do an
here.
extort and take 2 warlords resources per warlord base as long as you activate a gorilla. So you could activate one of these guys and oh no, never mind, these are all activated. Well, no, you're rallying, so you could hide these guys and then reactivate one of them, steal 4 resources for me. I don't know that you're really worried about that yet because I'm so far away from my resource cap and I'm spending them. But that is an option. But it does open you up to Lily.
It's
event.
Tempting just because I'm low on resources and you're high, but yeah, I don't love giving Lily that event. I don't know what's the next event. I don't. Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with this.
You're also nicely set up next turn to march onto these 2 LOCs
Yeah.
and then immediately extort them, and that's 7 resources right there. So
right, that's sort of the plan.
You're probably fine.
All right, let me flip all these guys. Let's pull off these 2 for base.
Oh, also worth noting, the government ain't doing anything on the next card.
Yeah.
That's definitely happening.
Base there.
Get some poorly audited NGOs over here.
Seven resources. I'm gonna activate that to put 1 there. Regrettably, I think I'm going to call it there. I want to do more, but I'm also afraid of resource starvation.
You shouldn't really be that worried about resource starvation because remember that marching onto LOCs is free. So
that is helpful.
like absolute worst case scenario, you can always profit one resource as long as you have a hidden
yeah.
a gorilla next to any LOC.
In that case, I'm spending 2 more to activate these 2 regions and place 2 in each.
Yep. Okay. Cool.
All right.
Seems wise.
Come on. Here we go.
All right, Lily's up for a limb up.
Pass.
Did you just see chat?
No.
Chat was just like, she should pass.
Yeah, the reason
Well,
is
if he's
because
gonna do the event, then I want
exactly.
that. That's better.
Yeah.
Yep. It absolutely is. All right, next card. Oh boy.
Oh man.
Ooh.
Oh man.
Ooh.
I mean, the thing is, he's already rallied so much. How many gorillas does he have? 2? It's not even worth it.
Well, it's more that he gets free base down into Balochistan without having to spend a bunch of time marching down there and removing. Or actually, hell, it's anywhere adjacent to Pakistan. You could throw a base and a gorilla in like Nimruz or something. Or you could get a free base in Kaust. There's lots of options. It's a good
Wait,
event.
are you talking about? Because I'm talking about. Oh, it's only 2 though. So I wouldn't even make the Islamabad track hostile. It would just be pressure.
Oh yeah, well, and he's first up, so you're not gonna get the event. Because going all the way to pressure would be really no Taliban rally in Pakistan. Oh
I don't
shit!
know.
Shit! I completely forgot about this. I should have explained this earlier, and then I've been forgetting about it. Garrick, you should take like.
Has he been paying?
4
I've been
resources
paying.
back. Yeah.
You should not be paying.
Yeah, I should have like 4 more because I've done.
That was the other reason why I was like, no, Taliban never runs. You're fine.
Yeah, that's why I'm so low on resources. I keep paying for Pakistan.
Yeah. So I guess now that we're talking about this, being at least at backing also allows you to march. Like if you have like 10 gorillas here, you can march here for free, then march here for free. Because so if you notice on march, you can continue marching as long as you pay in each region. So like there's like a little trail where you kind of go all the way from up here to like Nimruz.
Yeah.
Because you just travel through Pakistan for.
Well, cool. I feel a lot better now.
Yeah. Also worth noting, you may want to pay attention to the non-Pashtun part of March now that you start to have a lot of guys bunched up. If you move too many pieces into a space, they all activate. That's not Pashtun because they're not sympathetic to your cause. Anyway, MJ is up, presumably to get a bunch of free patronage.
Is that what's happening?
Well, you're up on NGOs. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you don't take the event. I guess it's 3. But you kind of need the patronage when you can get it.
Oh,
I hate
I'm
playing
being
government
very
in
silly.
ADP.
You think what?
I was just saying I hate playing government in ADP. They're very hard.
It's hard. It's really hard. And it seems like I've played the other factions once, and I've played government like 5 times.
Oh no.
and it's also been my last like string of games. And it feels like I'm kind of rethinking. Although I should say though that they've all been Obama's war. So this is the second time, but not a vassal game, that I'm playing the government. And
Okay.
and it's a lot better. It's easier for me
it
to
is a
think
lot
through what
better
I'm
than-
doing instead
for
of
sure.
making a move and then waiting a week to find that the board has completely changed. And what am I going to do? I think it's so tempting not to do this. So I can still take it though. I'm just gonna take it. It's fine. I'm just gonna do it.
But are you happy about it?
Yes.
All right. So 4 and 8 is down to 12, and patronage is up to 7. And then Lily is up for a full
Full Monty.
and special ability.
Yeah, I'm thinking because
Sorry that took me a second to decide. I legitimately saw other good
Fine.
things to be doing.
That's okay.
no, totally.
Yeah, no,
totally
actually, that
cool.
was kind of a. It wasn't as
Um,
obvious taking an event as I was originally thinking.
Yeah, there was
Um,
at least a couple of things I wanted to do. But
So, Lily, it's worth pointing out that Taliban is only 4 away from their victory condition, which is going to
Yeah.
be pretty easy because Event is going to place another base, and then he can fairly easily rally another base or 2. He's pretty much there, or just do a couple terror. Like he's very close.
I'm trying to figure out what the best way to do, because assault, I need to be in that location, I'm assuming. I can't like move things from a location to another location with assault.
Correct. However, what you can do is sweep somewhere, and then even if, well, oh, shoot, yeah, Taliban is next, so you can't really 1-2 punch with the government. Oh no, the government just went. What am I talking about?
Yeah,
you probably should.
We're in the wrong direction.
Yeah, sweep and airstrike is always an option.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. It's either that or reinforce Kabul. Those are the two things I was considering doing.
Well, he's not in Kabul yet, and while Kabul is very empty, which is very bad, he's not in a position to take advantage at the moment. Really, what you're worried about is spaces where he has hidden guerrillas that can do terror. So, like this, he could do terror right here, right now. I mean, he probably is gonna end up taking the event, especially if you sweep. But he could do terror by activating one of these guys and sending this to opposition, which is 2 points for him. He goes up to 19. He could terror here for another point, which gets him to 20. See how many other terror locations? I don't think he does. So he's 1 away to get to victory. But at the very least, sweeping him turns off his ability to do terror, and it also kind of limits his ability to move because he wants to hide again. So like sweeping into Helmand and Nuristan is not a bad idea.
Just trying to. Okay.
And you also get an airstrike while you do it. So sweep then airstrike is useful.
For airstrike, it says 1 enemy per space. Does that enemy have to be revealed?
Yeah, it's got to be an active guerrilla.
Double checking. Okay, so I'd want to sweep into multiple different locations so I can reveal stuff.
Yep.
But that's really hard to do because I can only activate one gorilla for each 3 cubes. Okay.
No. When you sweep, you activate one gorilla for every cube. It's 1-to-1.
Each cube. I read the word there is 3. Not sure why. Not sure why that happened. Okay. Okay. So. I think I am gonna do sweep. Oh. What's the difference between the red and the white? I forgot.
People just
Red is
typically-
normally for special abilities.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they're both just indicators and neither are necessary.
Yeah. I find them helpful, but some people just ignore them, so it's up to you.
Do it like this. We'll see how dumb of an idea this is, but I don't care. So we're moving just 2 coalition troops over here. To reveal these 2, or should I move 3? I don't know.
Don't forget that you can bring
No, I know.
government cubes with you.
I know. I'm trying to not be crazy here, though, because I'm gonna move probably a couple of them in that direction.
I see. Okay.
So
Yeah.
I didn't want to move them into both locations if I could so avoid it. So that's gonna be $3, and then I'll probably just move 2 up here.
The Taliban does not like this.
These 2, those 3, and then 2 up here.
And this isn't going to cost you any money because the government cubes are already there, and then it reveals.
Wait,
So, like, if you wanted, you could only drop a single coalition troop cube into Nuristan,
Oh,
and you would.
and the ones that are there still count for it.
Yeah, the government cubes that are already there count for it, so they participate.
Oh, okay, cool. So that's gonna be $3. Oops. 2, 3. Because I had
don't
to
want
move
to
some
rally
cubes.
again. Why?
Yeah, welcome to the life of an insurgent in a modern coin game. Rally, rally, rally. Rally,
What else
rally.
do you do in
Terror.
Falling Sky?
Rally, 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 rally.
In Falling Sky, you get to beat people up.
Oh.
There is just no good place to put this. Let's try this.
Well, this marker's not helping.
So-
Let's get that out of the way.
Yeah, that's fine. 1 box towards sponsorship if any Pakistani
There we
spaces
go.
were chosen. Okay.
Yeah, so if you airstrike into Pakistan, then the Islamabad track moves up towards sponsorship. And sponsorship is really, really bad because it means that Taliban lim ops can be done in multiple spaces. Basically, his lim ops turn into regular ops.
Oh,
So
sounds pretty
Yeah,
sweet.
don't piss off Pakistan.
We should
don't
do
piss
that.
off Pakistan.
okay. I did not realize that, but that's fine. Because that's like all of these guys down here. So I just will only do the strike probably here. Oh no, they're all. Everywhere I could strike is
Wait, what's up?
okay. Well, if that's the case. Everywhere I can airstrike is Pakistan, so I'm not.
No, Pakistan's only the 3 like offboard
Oh.
locations,
I understand.
but all
the
of
other
the
ones I
green
can do.
spaces, including Pakistan, are what's the word for it?
Pashtun.
Pashtun. Thank you.
I'm mixing up Pashtun and Pakistan. Thank you. So yeah, I'm just gonna airstrike everywhere I just revealed stuff because it's fun. Go away. So it just removes 1 piece from each of those locations.
Yep. 1 active piece. So Taliban specifically in Helmand. You can target me here if you'd like, and then yeah, Taliban here as well. So that goes back.
Back. What's better? Is it better to take out warlords, or is it better to take out the Taliban here?
It doesn't really matter a ton. if I only had one gorilla there, you should definitely take out the warlord because then it would expose my base, and you could like potentially assault it in the future. Since there's a pile of both, I don't know if there's really a good answer.
MJ, any thoughts?
Where again? We're talking about Nuristan?
Yeah. Does it make sense to get one warlord or one of the Taliban?
It's tough. I kind of think maybe the warlord, for the reasons that Drew was saying.
Yeah, I kind of think warlord too, specifically because if you guys get a chance to assault, you're almost certainly going to assault the Taliban in there, and ignore me, which means that sets me up to like potentially get airstriked again, and then so it seems more efficient a little bit.
That's it for me.
I will say the other reason is for me, it's not great to send a bunch of pieces back to the Taliban where they can just rally them somewhere else. In other words.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's true. Would it have been better down here to reveal the warlord and taking him out?
Not necessarily.
Maybe.
I mean, maybe. Okay. I don't know.
Okay. I'm just curious.
MJ, I might have just said something incorrect actually. If you guys assault here, do you target both of us, or do you have to pick whether you're assaulting?
This is enemy.
I thought you were picking.
I thought so too, but now the man, it's been a while since I played this game.
Which action?
Wait, where are you looking?
Their reference sheet has me second guessing myself.
What are we talking about? Assault.
Assault. Yeah, in each space, remove one active guerrilla or insurgent base for each troops cube, etc.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It doesn't say like choose who you're assaulting, like it does in Falling Sky, for example. I'll have to check that. I'll look in the rulebook while you guys keep.
I'm looking right now.
It's saying gorillas in the rulebook. It's not saying like.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think
it might be both.
Mm-hmm.
It's just insurgent forces. So you're going to remove.
They are making reference to targeted faction down here bases.
Oh yeah, when you just so just okay, yep. So you do decide who.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I was gonna say I don't know if I've ever seen that happen, but where it's just all the gorillas, but that would be why. Well, okay. Next card. Lily
sorry, I was just
right
reading
back.
the rulebook and stuff. Yeah, advance. There we go. Uh-oh, car bombs.
Hey,
I hate those.
Great capability. But now it means you have to decide if you're willing to skip this.
Well, Drew, you're the only one up.
I am not giving you VBIED. Oh, you mean you want me to give this this event?
No, more pertinently, are you going to just not pick the other option is all I want to know.
Oh no, I have zero incentive to move Islamabad to hostility. In fact, I like how much the coin factions are focusing on you right now.
Of course you do. Yeah, because honestly, I was tempted not to take it anyway. It's good, but I don't know that it's better than necessarily doing something really good for me. Which, it's like I feel poised to do better things maybe. But that said, let me think about this capability.
Drew.
Yes.
But since I'm not going to get anything from here anyway in condos, this is kind of a juicy base for me. What if I say no to it if you go ahead and shift the track?
I mean, honestly, as long as that coalition base is there, I can't use this base, so it's kind of pointless for me to have it. So you can go ahead and kill it, actually.
Okay. What about
In
$2?
fact, I almost want you to have a little bit more aid and more patronage. Like it doesn't hurt me; it just removes my options, and you having more aid and more patronage makes you a little bit more of a threat. And I want more infighting between you and coalition at some point down the road. So I think I'm fine with that. There's no way I take the event. I think I'd rather.
All right. No, that's fine.
I appreciate the offer for sure. I would consider doing it under certain circumstances, but I don't think it makes sense right now.
That's fair.
So maybe because I don't fully understand attack, I'm not super impressed by this capability. It seems good, but maybe not amazing. Am I misevaluating it because I don't understand attack very well?
Yeah, so the way attack works is you reveal or you activate is technically the term.
Yeah.
Any number of gorillas up to 6. And then you roll a die. And if the die is equal to or less than the number of gorillas that you activated, you remove 2 pieces from the board. In that region.
Right.
When you ambush, you just activate 1 underground gorilla and then you auto succeed with no dice. So like in practice, for the most part, you only ever attack when you also can ambush. Because it's just activate 1
No, I get it.
to remove 2 pieces for free. However, it's really easy to prevent you from ever being able to do that because they just sweep and reveal everybody, and then you can't do it at all, right?
Right.
What this allows you to do is like so like right now what just happened in here, you might be willing to, in fact you would almost certainly be willing to sacrifice a base to attack and ambush and like kill off a coalition troop because those are very valuable and don't like troops at all. Like you want not very many of them on the so you'd probably be happy to sacrifice this base to kill the troop, but right now you can't because all your guys are. But if you have that capability, you just do an ambush, even though they're all revealed. A troop is killed, plus one of these guys.
Okay.
Basically, if you can whittle away the coalition troop cubes, then that makes that like harder for them to win because they need to invest more troops on the board. And it also reduces aid, which means they have less resources to work.
Yeah, I guess I was feeling whelmed by it because it's only in one of the ambush spaces I get to do that. And maybe it's just that
Yeah. I mean, put it this way: this one isn't a great example, cube, but like here, your
that's
one guy
good.
that is revealed just like wipes these 2 guys out, and then not only did you take out 2 cubes, but your base is saved, and you didn't even have to rally.
Yeah.
Because now they have to like sweep in again if they want to attack you, and by then you'll probably have more in that spot.
All right, I'll pass. I get how many resources? 1? No.
1.
1, yeah.
I am going to rally and I'm going to rally in traffic. So we're definitely going to rally here. Just going to spend that resource right now, put out a base. Where else can I profit? man, this is the hard. This is the part where we're really hard.
Just make
It's
money.
easy to develop. It's easy to develop the money victory condition. It's really hard to balance. No one having control in enough spaces to get to 16. Guess I could start doing some shit. Yeah, let's just be a pain and throw their resource. I should get 2 gorillas. Let's say let's do Gower. That basically buys me space potentially. Sure. Okay, that's it for my rallies, and then I will traffic once again everywhere where there are no coalition pieces. Hellmound is no longer trafficable. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's it.
Wait, when did she move this in here? Oh, that sucks.
Why?
Because now I can't get anything.
Oh yeah, you had set up. You were perfectly
because
set
this
up to
one
govern
troop.
in there.
I know,
no.
I was. Ah, that
Oh, no.
sucks. How much would I have gotten? 2?
2, yeah.
Yeah. Ah, man. Ah.
All right. Anyway, so that was a full op and special ability. I'm done, and we just to Garrick.
I just barely noticed that.
Oh wow. Interesting.
Lily is up. Oh wait, no, sorry.
Yeah.
No,
I'm
Garrick
up.
is up.
Garrick.
He passed for car bombs.
I'm just looking at the next card, which has an interesting event.
Oh,
Yeah, that
that's
momentum
a very
is
funny momentum.
That momentum is really cool when it comes out early prop, but this late, you're probably only going to have it a few more cards, roughly ish. So you're kind of gambling on whether she strikes a lot in the next couple. It's just not like.
Yeah.
And-
Chaos
This is such a
thank
Brian
you for
tr-
subscribing.
This is such a Brian Train card. Everything about this screams Brian Train wrote this.
Well, I guess I'm taking the event. I don't love it. Is there a chit for that? BB IEDs. Car bombs, here it is. No one's helping me out. No one's talking. What's going on here? Hello?
What's up? What are you asking?
I'm taking the capability VBIEDs. Do I just take this chit then? And
you take it, you put it up here and you flip it.
Look at that.
Oh wait, hang on. What does it say on the other side? You make it. Yep. Okay, it matches. Never mind. Yes, this is fine.
Okay. All right, that's my turn.
All right, Lily.
Garrick, if you want, you can just take the card and put it in front of you as well. I don't fully
Lily.
understand why they did the chit thing in the early coin games rather than just taking cards in front of you like most of the modern ones do. Or not modern, the more recent ones.
If you pass, and then I'll go first. I'll take a full op and leave you to take this event. What do you think?
Yeah, I like this.
Okay, all right. So I'm passing. Oh, excuse me.
I'm
You're
passing.
passing. You're passing. I'm gonna give us 3 resources. Card.
Wait. MJ, you both were eligible, right? So did you both pass? And you took 6 resources? Is that what just happened?
Then I'll have to also take resources. Yep. Okay. All right. Now we're good.
Okay, cool.
All right. I'm going to patrol.
Ooh, there's the Trilateral Summit. You sure you don't want to shift Islamabad?
Shush.
Ooh, that is an interesting event.
No.
Maybe you actually want that, MJ.
That's true.
Aid
That's
and
true.
patronage. Oh, that's
It's
so
aid
cool. I
and
love Trilateral
patronage.
Summit. Yep.
That's such a cool event.
Yeah.
You're passing, but you could have aid and support.
I don't care about support.
Or,
Over to you, Lily.
patronage. Sorry, I said the wrong thing.
Monty. Lily. Oh.
Yeah, no, I'm here still.
Honestly, Garrick, I'm a little surprised he did it too, because I feel like sponsorship's just going to degrade back to backing pretty soon. Well, yeah, I guess it does set you up to potentially just win before the next prop. So I think as tempting as that probably was for MJ, I see why he didn't let you.
I don't.
It's very dangerous giving Taliban access to sponsorship.
It is.
Ooh, I'm gonna get
wait,
offense
hang
ability
on.
now. Sweet.
Oh, but it shifts it towards sponsorship.
Yeah, so he'd be right
that
here, and then
is
it would
super
go hard.
dangerous. I misread that.
Actually, wait. It is 2 boxes towards sponsorship. So actually, that would be really bad because
Yeah, 'cause
when
it
it
would
goes to
be-
sponsorship and it shifts again, it goes hard, which means
I
it
did
stays
not.
there.
Hard
Which means it's hard to
sponsorship.
flip. Oh, I don't know if I want to do that now. Hang on.
Hanging on.
I'm so sorry. I misread. I don't know that I want to do that.
Oh, I thought.
You do.
Oh, I thought you were passing to guarantee that he can't take it.
Drew, stop
Because
talking.
if both. Okay, sorry. You're right. Sorry.
Yeah. All right.
You passed, but for a different reason? Is that what's happening?
Yes. I passed for a different reason. I passed for a different reason that is going to happen anyway. So I should just take the turn I was originally going to take.
Okay, Lily, you're on.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. So I am
you're not passing?
I'm not passing.
Okay.
So I'm going to take
Oh.
3 resources back, but I'm going to be spending a few. So I'm going to be doing that there and there, and I'm going to do it down here.
What are you actually doing?
Okay.
Special activity?
And special activity, yes. That means, Lily, that you can still take the event. So everything is still happening.
Okay.
So then, is there somewhere else I wanted to do that? Here maybe? Yeah, that's fine. So 3, 6, 9, 12. Sorry, this is going to take me a minute. It's a big training.
Sorry. In chat, CJ Smith has just agreed with you, MJ, that Falling Sky is not a coin game.
I didn't say it wasn't a coin game.
Too late. I misrepresented your opinion as being that, and now you're locked in. I have decided your opinion for you.
Okay, all right.
I will say you're not playing the worst coin game. The worst
No,
coin
I
game
didn't.
most likely is Andean Abyss. I think most people probably would agree.
Aww. You think so?
Well, it was the
I
first
haven't
one.
actually
Yes.
played it.
I haven't either, but it's apparently
What you talk about?
I'm just repeating what I hear.
I feel like I've heard worse things about Liberty or Death than I have about
That's a good point.
Andean Abyss.
Liberty
For
Death is very
sure.
polarizing. People either love it or they hate it.
Yeah.
I've definitely heard worse things about Liberty or Death.
But Andean Abyss definitely has the problem where like the green faction is probably the least interesting of all the green factions in the first several games, from what I hear, and it's like a little. It's got some rough edges, I guess, from what I understand. CJ says no, it's really good. See, that's the thing with Coin Series. You ask 10 people for an opinion about coin, and you'll get 15 different opinions.
Volko's gonna watch this stream and clutch his heart and be like, "No, not Andean Abyss! How dare
Not
you!"
my first, baby. I haven't played Andean Abyss, Volko. Don't hold me to it. I'm just regurgitating.
Too late. That means that's your opinion now.
Yeah, that's right. Because that's how it works.
Yep.
Apparently.
Okay, so in Nuristan, I'm going to place one returnee.
Ooh, interesting.
Did that one go away? Did I miss that?
Yeah, where did the returnee go? Oh, they go back. No, actually, I don't know.
No.
Where was the returnee from earlier?
The returnees are permanent. The one that started the game was in Housed, and
But I put one in Nuristan.
He 100% put one in Nuristan.
Yeah. Where did it
Oh,
go?
really?
Yeah.
Oh, weird. I don't think I'm pretty sure they're permanent. I don't think they reset.
I know. Maybe it got picked up at some point and then snapped over here, which sounds really ridiculous, but that's the only explanation I have.
I mean, honestly, knowing TTS, it doesn't actually sound that ridiculous.
Well, okay, so I'm gonna put the returnee here instead.
I was gonna say I do remember you placing one actually. So
Oh yeah, like I 100% know it was there.
it's got to be
because I remember like fiddling with it because I hated where the snap point is. It covers up the 2.
Yeah.
So it's Garrick's fault. You were fiddling with it.
What?
And
No, it was there when I was done.
To the returneries.
How dare you misrepresent me?
Yeah, exactly.
CJ,
It's been said. Now you're locked in.
CJ,
That's apparently how it works.
I'm playing the Taliban, CJ. So I'm playing Rally, 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 the game.
All right. Lily, it's over to you for the event.
All right. Should have been planning things, but then I wasn't.
Well, you're taking the event.
Right, yeah, you take the event because
I'm
it's
definitely
amazing.
taking the event. Among 5 spaces on the mob someone for free. So I can just move things anywhere effectively.
I hear
5
GG.
spaces, yep.
Oh man, I don't even know if I have that many.
Oh,
things I
man
wanna do in
pads,
that many
you mean.
spaces.
Sorry, that wasn't very funny.
I didn't hear it, so it's okay.
She said, Lily said, "Oh man," and I was like, "Oh man, pads."
That's terrible.
I guess I'm curious for like Olimop, what's the best thing right now? was bad.
What was bad?
I think MJ was saying how giving gorillas back wasn't great.
Oh, his concern was that my rally is so strong that giving them back to me is actually just freeing them up to rally them somewhere else. I don't know if that's a real concern though, because like Drew, didn't you say you could just pull them and redeploy them when you run out from stuff in your supply?
Yeah, I was gonna say, MJ, he can, if he wants to rally them somewhere else, he can just by removing them from the, because you can always remove pieces at will. Well, actually, that's not true for the coalition, but
I wish
like
it
as
was
a
true for the
general rule in
coalition.
coin, you can remove pieces from the board to replace them somewhere else.
It is. I mean, yeah. So yeah, do you, Lily?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think what makes sense. I think I'm gonna airlift from here, here, and go here. Other guy in here. I think that's it. Yeah. And then I think I'm... So if I... If I do an assault here, would it just wipe out everything?
Where, Lily?
In Helmand? Or Helmand?
It would kill all of the Taliban pieces, but you would not be able to remove either of the
oh, right, because you're not
warlord,
revealed.
because I'm not activated.
Okay, then actually, maybe instead I want to come over here and wipe out the Taliban here, but not use the government troops. If that's the case, I'll leave that there. I'll put one there. Yeah, I'll do that instead.
Nice.
And yeah, so I'm doing assault here for my limb up.
Yay, Lily!
Yay!
I don't like this. Does it just remove all three?
We're helping. Yeah, it does. We're helping. I think that's it for me.
Word. Right. Adjust the next card. Ooh. All right, Garrick, what you doing?
We all know what Garrick's doing.
Yeah, I'm taking the event, and you get 3 aid and 3 patronage, and Islamabad becomes hard sponsorship.
Why isn't this happening? Oh my goodness. Thank you.
I got you.
Oh, thank you. I don't know what was going on there.
Okay, great.
All right. Okay, great. I have a full op and special ability. Exciting. I don't know what to do with it. Well, yeah, I do. I mean, traffic. But what to pair? So I could just rally my last base down. I wonder if voluntary removal applies to bases. Do you know, MJ? Like gorillas can be voluntarily removed in, but can you do that with bases?
Talking about
Why would you want
the availability and removal, I think it's
Hmm.
pieces. Keep forces not on the map. Place Taliban and warball places in the highest. Forces may only be removed. Taliban and warlord players only can remove their own pieces to available forces. So I think that includes bases.
Yeah, that includes bases. Interesting.
So
Maybe I want to set up just remove myself from condos because I'm never getting any traffics out of that spot for the remaining. Yep, I guess I'm gonna play the good old rally, rally, rally game.
When in doubt, rally out.
When in doubt, rally out. I wish. I don't know why I didn't. How do I not have a third one in? Hold on, silly. Oh, Lily left Nuristan. Sweet. All right, well, I'm gonna do this first. So this is 2 gorilla. Place my last base. That's a resource. Let's spend 1 in. Yeah. And 1. And I will move. I have a useless gorilla somewhere, right? Oh, right, yeah, I'm removing this one. That's pretty much it. Okay, so that's what do I need to spend? I already spent 1, 2 more. And then I'm trafficking. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. That's 1 patronage for you, MJ, because there's coin control in Nuristan. And that's it. Okay, I'm done. PRT's coalition is up first.
That's a nice capability.
Oh, geez, night raids.
Oh, that's very funny.
Oh, that is so good for you. Free govern in Kabul, basically, ignoring the coalition. Oh shit! Suddenly MJ's actually close to winning. Or
yeah, I noticed
assuming
that.
he takes that event, he's like now within striking distance at 33. Which means Garrick, you and I'm especially incentivized to remove coin control because I want everything to be uncontrolled, obviously.
Yeah.
But now we're incentivized a little bit to work together there. This is also where like assault and ambush comes in handy.
I took the capability. I just have to stop getting swept.
Swept, swept, yeah.
Sweepeninged.
Wait, is it me?
It is you. Okay.
I'm very good at paying attention, I swear.
It's all good.
Sorry, I think I said coalition is up, and I should have said Lily is up.
Drew, Marauder stuff is good. It's just the released stuff that's bad.
I know, I'm just giving you a hard time. But I do only hear you say or talk about how bad Badgers are and how weird the current hirelings are.
I want this.
They released the worst version of Badgers for the PNP.
Did they
the
really?
worst version, yes.
Even worse
How
than
does it
football
keep getting
Badgers?
worse?
No, it's better now, but the version that they released for the PNP a couple weeks ago in the Kickstarter, it was the single worst version of Badgers that they've had.
Even worse than the football Badgers?
Worse in a different sense.
Okay.
Because the version they released is also broken once you realize that all you do is move in battle every single turn, and you just oppressively wipe out the board. Yeah, Badgers are in a much better spot now. They have I can't talk about it, but they're better.
Cool.
I still have some issues, but they're better. Hirelings are I can't talk about them, but they're maybe better. Maybe. I'm not convinced yet.
So I'm gonna quote you from chat. Y'all, I'm so excited for the Marauder stuff to come out, so I can show y'all how good it is.
Yeah, because Warlord is perfect. It is my beautiful baby, and it's the best faction in the game.
I have heard good things about Warlords. Or Warlord. Not Warlords. Warlord. Hey, we've tied it back to the current game we're playing somehow.
Hey, we've come full circle. But also the current version of Badgers. They at least are fun and good. They might have some flaws, but they're good.
Cool.
Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, I'm gonna take the event.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna go ahead and do that in Cobble. So I'm gonna govern for free.
For free.
Over to the Taliban. Over to you, Garrick.
Oof. Actually, here's a really funny move, Garrick. March all of these gorillas into Kabul. And then maybe march one of these two guys up into Nuristan to protect your base.
Is that actually good, though?
Well, it removes 4 points of coin control.
Oh, that's true.
And it seriously threatens an attack against the coalition.
She's not just gonna like wipe out all my pieces.
She can assault, but she has 3 troops, which removes 3 guerrillas, and you still have 5 left over. And you can ambush with unrevealed pieces or active. You can ambush with active pieces because of your capability.
Couldn't she airlift stuff into there and then assault for more?
Yes, but I am up on Mullah Omar, and there's no special ability to march into Kabul because that benefits me too. I need to remove control just like you do. Well, you need to remove control so that MJ doesn't win. I need you to remove control so that MJ doesn't win, and also it's good for me.
Is this one of those games where you can give me resources or something?
We can trade resources.
Because I kind of want my palms to be greased to make this.
Well,
move.
I think killing coalition troops is its own form of palm grease.
Potentially killing coalition troops is the key thing here.
Well, okay, so look, I mean, yeah, you're right. It is potential, but you're acting on night raids,
right? I get that, but she could pass on this one and then potentially go first on the next one, and
yeah. So all you need is to be before her on the next card, and then you're fine.
Or all she needs is to be before me, and then I'm not fine.
Correct. So there's like a 50-50 chance. However, we've seen, I don't know, I feel like we've seen about the same amount of cards that have coalition and Taliban early. It is a gamble, is what I'm saying, but it will pay off big time for you because you putting cubes into casualties is a really big deal, and you having a bunch of stuff in Kabul allows you to potentially lock it down, and then you could. It's bad if they lose Kabul. Here, I'll tell you what. If you go into Kabul then I'm willing to terror in Kabul to remove their support, which puts you one step closer to getting oppose in Kabul, which is insanely good for you, and that's 4
That
points
is
of
very tempting.
opposition.
All right, I think that's a pretty good deal. Okay.
Oh, can I terror and cultivate or traffic? Damn it. I'll still do it.
So I will take an up. I will march. Oh, it was almost beautiful. No. Son of a. Thank you. All right. That's a destinations that costs 1. Let's also Pakistan is safe, right? Can I just move these over and call it a day, or do I need to move some over to protect
No,
these?
you need at least one there because she can airstrike your bases now, and since you're already at hard sponsorship, there's no downside to doing that for the coalition. But that march was free, and this march also would.
Right.
So just like as long as you move at least one up, you're fine.
Yeah, I'm just still thinking about potentially, sweeping down to Balochistan at some point.
Yeah, I get that. What you could do is just take 1 to Nuristan, which allows you to leave 1 in Waziristan, which then allows you to have 5 to move into Balochistan and fully get 2 bases down.
Yeah, you know what? I like that.
Until she gets the souped up air raids, you never need more than 1 protecting a base. There is a capability that allows her to airstrike 2 active units in a region, and there's a different capability that allows her to airstrike hidden units in regions. Coalition can get very scary.
Um. I think I'm also going to send some up here. You said it's like TI4 rules, right? So it's only going to cost 1. Because I'm coming here. I'm coming to 1 location from 2 different places.
Oh yeah, you pay per destinations.
Right. So I want to make sure.
Yep. Also, now that you're out of Pashtun territory, remember that if you march into a region and the total moving troops plus warlord guerrillas plus cubes is greater than 3, then you activate all of your guerrillas.
I thought that
So
was
for example, if you
only-
try to move into Saripol, then everything would get activated because there's already 3 guerrillas there. You're fine with what you did in Bamiyan because there's nothing there, but just be aware if you try to push even further up into here, it's very hard for you to operate.
Right. It's basically if enemy pieces or enemy guerrillas and cubes exceed. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It's yeah. I was thinking about that. You made me double guess myself. Okay.
Sorry.
Nope,
Yeah,
that's
that
okay.
was not.
That's my action, I think.
That clarification didn't need to be made right then.
Nope, that's okay.
Wait, you're not doing this?
Yeah. Sorry, yeah, I'm totally doing that. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm being dumb. Don't mind me. All right. Now my turn is done. Adjust next card.
Okie dokie. I will do Limbop
Oh, hey,
only.
look who goes before me over on line item.
Well, okay, but again, worst case scenario. Oh yeah, you're right. She can't airlift. That's sad. Wait, what if I? Ah, dang it! There's nothing I can do about that.
Yeah,
Oh, well.
no, we just got fucked by the deck.
It was totally a gamble we're taking, though. Although now I'm wondering if I should still bother terroring.
We made a deal.
It's worth terroring still.
Don't you renege on this deal.
I'm just trying to figure out where else I can usefully. Because I don't actually care that much about opposition or neutral. Or support, I should say. Well, no, I should remove support because coin is going to go back up to 4. They take back. So... No, actually, that was silly. I should have left that there. I could terror here and move it back to neutral. Which actually might be smart. Since I'm putting you in striking distance of your thing. Ugh. I hate it. Alright, I'm just gonna do cobble. No, you know what? I'll do con.
You monster.
Alright, that's it for me. Lily, you're up for a limb up.
Wait, so did you not do cobble?
I did do cobble.
Oh, you did both.
Yeah, I had a full op and just chose
Gotcha.
to no special activity because I didn't want to give you the event. Oh wait, maybe I don't care if you take the event because actually you probably want to pass. You're almost guaranteed to just pass actually.
Yeah, she's just gonna pass. So you can do whatever.
And even if you do take the event, I don't care if all the Taliban let's go to active. So I can support. 2 resources to remove: government cubes, government base, Taliban guerrilla. There's nothing worth supporting.
You could flip my gorillas underground.
Ooh, that is a great point.
You
That
want
would
this to
be
work?
really
That's a great
hilarious.
move.
Yeah, I do want this to work. I want you guys to be fighting over Kabul.
Hells yeah.
I'm probably gonna regret that, but it's gonna be fun. It's a risk. I don't think you can hold on to Kabul, but I think that at least it gives me the chance to potentially deny Taliban control, which I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, I'm done. Lily's up.
I'm sorry, y'all. It's like 2 a.m. My brain's
I
not
know,
functioning
sorry.
well.
You probably need to sweep into Kabul, which means you should pass.
Why should I pass?
Actually, I guess you don't need to pass because government also can go first.
Yeah, and he probably would. I can't control that. You know.
I mean, you could still sweep.
No, I mean, like, I don't see any reason to pass because no matter what, I don't have control over the next event.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be my choice.
Well, so it's either you
was
sweep
more
for
about-
a limb op. I'm planning on doing a full turn, so you would be limb opt anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So I might as well just go now. Although if you do a full turn, then I guess I still have the potential risk of getting cut, but meh. So I'm going to 1, 2, 3.
Remember,
Okay,
you
no.
can take from down here as well. Don't just necessarily take from
Oh.
coast, you know. Sweeping
Oh, I
means you're going to
forgot
hop
about
onto
that.
a lock, travel up the highway.
Okay.
hop on,
Yeah,
so
because I definitely
just so
want
that
to
you know.
I definitely want to take these guys out. And then the 3 that are already there, will those count towards the revealing portion thingy?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you only need 5 cubes. Whether those are
yeah.
troops or government stuff, doesn't matter much.
I'll just start.
Ruh-roh.
You want to take one
Hello.
more so it's at least in control? Oh, well, yeah. Just because right now it's uncontrolled, so that's boosting Drew's position.
Oh yeah, that boosts Drew a lot.
Okay. That's fair.
That is why I did it.
I'm gonna spend money and bring you with me then.
Why not? Okay, bring these then.
Burn those resources.
Aren't you just gonna? I guess the
Because-
0 space, it doesn't matter.
Like,
Yeah,
that's
there's
fine.
the code
I'm okay
element,
with it.
except for base storage, effectively.
Okay, that's it for me then.
Are you gonna sweep?
Oh, I sweeped. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, no, it's okay.
I forgot to flip the things over.
All right, on to the next card.
Very funny. Okay.
Love it.
Alright, so I'm going to train. I'm gonna train here. And I'm training. Where else was I gonna train? Here, I think. Here. Here. Oh, I'm just training in one place, actually. It's not enough. So I'm just gonna actually no, I am training there. Wait, no. No, I'm not. Okay, all right. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, all right, there we go. All righty. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
It's just so many pieces.
I feel very unhappy to be in this position now.
Okay, all right. And then I'm going to okay, all right. All right, then I'm gonna spend 1, 2, 3 to remove terror. Thank you. And then I'm gonna spend another 1, 2, 3. Put it at support.
Ooh, interesting. I'm surprised you didn't make the coalition do that.
Well, then I'm gonna govern.
You can't because there's coalition pieces, right?
Oh, why would I do that? I don't do that. Thank you. I was kind of like, why can I do this right now? Okay. But what I am doing though is I'm gonna get 1,
I gave you your resources
2,
back.
3. Okay, all right. Oh my goodness, come on. 3 at a base here.
Nice.
All right. Now,
Oh, that's too bad. I was about to
Okay.
suggest a very hilarious thing that we could have done. Oh well.
You and me?
No, me and Garrick.
Oh, okay. All right. Would it have something to do with me putting a base there?
Yeah, he could have rallied in Kabul, and then because I'm first up on the next card, I could have suborned again to hide all of his pieces.
Oh, I thought about
So he would have had a base with 6 gorillas in Kabul,
Yeah,
which is
just-
like unheard of, like shockingly unheard of.
Yeah, just
I was actually thinking
yeah.
about something like that.
I was not thinking about that, but something about me needing to fill that slot, so to prevent one of you from getting in it. So
Yeah.
there we go. All right, so that's what happens there. Then I'm going to govern in bulk. For 1, 2, 3 patronage.
Yep, which puts him in victory.
I mean, there has to be a prop card. Let's not get excited.
It's been a little while.
Okay, it's your turn, Garrick. It's a lot of sighing.
It is worth noting that you can still ambush them in Kabul.
Yeah.
It's just kind of a little bit of a waste because you don't have any other good ambush targets anywhere else. Like there's literally no other pieces where there are coalition troops. No other guerrillas of yours.
Like I was all for
Which sucks.
rally. Like I was 100% behind that idea because I was going to get it down here and in Kabul.
Yep.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
Just real quick. I might need to do the thing I did that one time and hop on chat.
Got it.
Because it's
No
getting
worries.
close to that time and I want to be mindful of my my surroundings.
Hopefully the prop card comes any second now.
Also, Garrick, remember that you can do a full op, even though you're at lim op because of sponsorship.
Good call. Well, Drew, you got me in this bad situation. I could use your guidance getting out of it.
Yeah, well, we need to remove coin control somewhere. Unfortunately, I don't really know how to do that. Well, okay, you could march everything back into Nuristan. I could probably suborn. Do I need to have hidden gorilla to suborn? So yeah, if you move everything back to Nuristan, I can remove 2 of his pieces. Which I think gets us there. 1, 2, 10, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4. 8 is 12. Dang it. Oh no, wait. No, that'd be perfect. So if you move,
Yeah, perfect for you.
well, perfect for both of us. We need to remove coin control.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he wins. So yeah, if you move 7 in here, and then I suborn and remove 2 of his cubes, then this will go to uncontrolled. Or I guess you'd move all 8, but then I would probably just support 1 cube. But still, we can knock out 3 points of population control, which puts him back to 33. I don't see any other opportunities to knock out control.
If I move down here, doesn't that knock out control?
Well, there's 6 troops. Or there's
Oh, no,
6
they'd have
government
by one.
cubes
They'd have by
plus
one.
2 coalition. Yeah, so we'd be up by 1. You'd have to move in. I guess you could move one of these guys over.
Yeah, I could do that.
That works too. I think that might be better because it does set you up to put a base down, whereas this is already covered,
Yeah.
obviously.
Gosh, are there any other marches I even want to do? Not really.
Not really.
But you gotta do what you gotta do. March in there. We'll take one of these. Cost me 1 resource.
All right. Next card.
Yep. Hey, there's the propaganda.
Oh, wow.
I was so close. I was so close. I was so close.
You were so close.
I was stuck trying to figure out how to do what I wanted with the patronage while also moving troops into here.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, if
Yeah.
I can just get an extra thing, just some kind of extra action where I could move someone.
Yeah, that would have guaranteed it.
Then it would have just been a little over, like it would have been, yeah, anyway.
Well, okay. There's no victory.
Right, well, yeah, let's run through this real quick.
Resources.
Resources.
Autoed.
Queued up. Beautiful.
Support. Civic actions. I'm guessing MJ has this.
Kabul is actually Lily.
Yeah, but I could do it here.
Yeah, I don't know why you would want to.
So I could govern it later.
Oh, duh. Yeah, that's right.
So that's why I'm doing it.
For sure.
2,
Yep.
3. Boop, 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 boop. Uh-oh. Boop. Here we go.
You also can do it in Kandahar.
Yeah, I care less about it there. There's people there.
Oh, right, yeah, there's a coalition base, so you can't siphon funds. Okie dokie. Sharia can be done next. So like this. Helmand. Oh no, you don't control Helmand. I think Bamiyan is your only option.
Well, I guess I'll
not
I'll do
already
it.
opposed.
Yeah.
Yeah, always basically always do.
Yeah.
I mean, these guerrillas are gonna have to go home, unfortunately, but opposition in the middle of nowhere is annoying because
I pretty much got what I wanted.
Exactly,
I wouldn't have minded the base, but it's still fine.
Yep. Okay, redeploy. Desserts.
So 1, 2, I'm gonna say 3 and 4. How many are in here? I feel like he did something where you could hover and it would tell you how many pieces. Yep. Luke was so good. What is that? 7 and 6. So that's 13.
So that's 4 pieces removed.
1, 2, 3, and well, yep, 4. And then 1, 2, 3.
Just 2. Because it's rounded down, right?
Right.
So
Yep.
you only need to take 2 off.
Come on. Come on. I forgot about the one over here. Okay, and then 1, 2, 3.
Just 2.
Right. Sorry.
I mean, I'm happy for you to take more off if you want.
Yeah, I mean, feel free.
And then this one is 3.
Okay. All right.
Oh yeah, and 1 in Cobble.
Okay. Alrighty.
Okay, Lily, you may move any of your troops to bases or leave them all where they're at. Your choice.
I will leave them all where they're at.
And then the government must move troops back to coin bases or Kabul.
Oh no.
Nuristan
Where are we go?
is-
Where are we gonna go?
That is
Okay, so they're
Hello.
fine in Kanduz, they're
Cube
fine in
pile.
Balk. They are fine everywhere else.
cool.
Is it my turn to retreat?
Yes.
What to do? What to do?
I guess I could have retreated some to here.
Yeah, you could have. Still can.
I'm gonna do that. 2 and 3. How many is that gonna take?
It's this mod does not
Oh,
adjust
mother.
control until everyone is done.
Oh, right. Okay.
Because technically you're supposed to leave it set as it is.
I gotta move these
until
fucking
after you're
guys
done with everything.
back.
Yeah, Garrick, that happens in this game a lot. It's like it's a race to get anything in Balochistan so that you can just leave people there instead of having to keep moving.
God damn.
One of those things.
I think we probably just come back up to Nuristan.
Remember that it's free to move out of Pakistan spaces. So as long as you don't want to go further interior than like these eastern provinces, then putting it in Pakistan is always better. But for Nuristan, if you want to go into Baghlan or back into Kabul, then that is where you want to be.
I mean, that still takes a march action, though. Like,
yeah, it does. It's going to cost you a resource coming out of Nuristan inwards. Like if these guys are marching from Nuristan to Host, then it would be better to put them in Pakistan because that's a free march.
no, I mean, I'm interested in terroring in Nuristan and stuff.
Oh, duh. Okay, yeah. Well, then you put them in the right spot.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I
Is
gotta
that
move these
everybody's?
guys.
All right. Yep.
And I'm kind of thinking I just throw them in Pakistan, just because I don't know where else to put them.
Okay, that's it for redeployment. So
Auto up, baby.
All right, that's that. So now we can save state, finish the game on.
Should we adjust the card or should we leave
week.
it here?
Oh no, yeah. Adjust.
Bam.
Boom. Oh geez.
Oh, Reapers is fantastic.
Oh wait, where am
Look
I?
at
For
this.
pointing.
Look at this. Look at this, Garrick.
It's so good. It's so good. Lily, look.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah, so now they can target active guerrillas and they can do 2. So now all of your bases have to have 2 guerrillas for them at all times.
That's terrible.
It is really terrible. And what's even worse is that Change in Tactics is the card right before Reapers.
Oh,
if it was reversed, then change in tactics could have killed Reapers.
Oh, this is terrible for me. I'm not winning this game.
You could still win a game with drones or with Reapers in play, but it's definitely a lot.
Not my first game.
Sure.
Were my gorillas supposed to flip over, or am I misremembering that?
Yes, they were. That is weird.
Yeah.
Why
Yes.
did that not happen? Mine didn't either.
Did we actually hit auto?
I did, yeah. Oh well. Okay. Well, we're good now.
Okay.
All right, save state on this baby.
Yep,
So we
yep.
can finish
Let me save
this
it.
week sometime, next week, whatever.
Open up my menu. Stream can see all my save games. There we go. We have a save game. Yeah, CJ, it's complicated, but I'm sort of where you are, but I have other feelings. It's complicated. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead and call the stream there. We will pick this up, I don't know, next week. Can y'all do next week, like same time? We can figure it out.
Yep, we'll figure it out.
Yeah. Thanks everyone for watching. This was awesome. Despite me sounding tired right now, it has been awesome, and I'm excited to continue playing and to play more coin games. I think tomorrow we might be playing Westphalia. That may or may not be happening. If it is, make sure to check it out. And if not, I'm sorry. All right. Other than that, it's our usual schedule. So I will catch you then. Have a good one.